Good morning, everyone. Nice to hear that everybody's awake. Hello. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning, Liza Jane.
It's rowdy in here.
Yes, it is.
We miss you.
Party.
It's good to be here with us.
Thin skin right there.
Wow. Do I do this? Let's go. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call our OWEB board meeting, day 2, order. Glad everybody sounds like they're wide awake this morning. Hope you rested well. I think we don't need introductions this morning. We're good? Okay, thank you everyone for joining us, and I'll turn this over to my co-chair, Barbara.
All right, we are a couple minutes ahead of schedule for public comment, but I know there are some people in the room. Is there anybody signed up virtually? Okay, thank you, Nicole. All right, I'm gonna call each of you up individually, and you will have 3 minutes. Did we get the red, yellow, green light working? We did? Thank you, Eric. All right, so Monica Thomasy, is that right? Welcome. So if you can state your name for the record, please.
Working? Okay. Hi, my name is Monica Thomasy. I live here in Sisters. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I'm the first of 3 speakers from East Cascades Audubon Society, or ECAS, Sage Science Team. My background includes positions as an Endangered Species Act listing and recovery biologist with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Program Leader of Wildlife Research for U.S. Forest Service and Research and Development, where I engaged in national sage-grouse science and policy arenas between 2013 and 19 when I retired. Today I'll share with you my perspectives on the context of Oregon's role in saving this species and where OWEB can help. The greater sage-grouse was almost listed as federally threatened or endangered 8 times. In 2015, the Fish and Wildlife Service had a litigation-driven deadline to make a decision. The Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies was determined not to have the bird listed, so each of the 11 state wildlife agencies within the sage-grouse range produced a conservation plan to assure Fish and Wildlife Service they could conserve the sage-grouse. Critical to this effort were commitments from the Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management that they would manage their lands in a way that enabled the wildlife agencies to give the assurances to Fish and Wildlife Service. Once all 11 state Fish and Wildlife agencies convinced Fish and Wildlife that they would conserve the species via their state conservation plans, Fish and Wildlife Service decided listing was not warranted, but the decision would be revisited. Oregon's conservation plan included a commitment to implementation and adaptive management to ensure effectiveness. ODFW is the accountable agency to Fish and Wildlife Service to conserve the sage-grouse in Oregon, and Forest Service and BLM in Oregon are accountable to ODFW regarding their management of sage-grouse habitat. This was the deal that was struck range-wide between Fish and Wildlife Service and each state wildlife agency. Since retiring and volunteering locally for sage-grouse, 2 things became clear to me. 1, something was lost in translation between the Departments of Interior and Agriculture in Oregon. And 2, the ECAS Sage Science Team arrived at the same conclusion as Forest Service scientists, that to recover the grouse, a diversity of native plants must be planted and seeded across sage-grouse landscapes. I see the two biggest hurdles to overcome in Oregon are, one, commitments to implement effective native plant restoration, and two, acknowledgement of ODFW's ownership of responsibility, including necessity of partners to help. I believe OWEB and others can assist on both fronts. Now Jim will tell you what ECAS has been doing for sage grouse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Jim Greer, please. Welcome.
Thank you. That work okay? Good morning, I'm Jim Greer. I live here in Sisters. I have a strong interest in improving sage grouse numbers through habitat restoration. I have a long history with these birds as having worked for ODFW in the high desert as a biologist in the Summer Lake area, and eventually overseeing the upland bird and sage grouse programs for ODFW as the Wildlife Division Chief and Director of the agency. I'm retired now, and I'm also a member of the East Cascades Audubon Society, which has a membership of over 300 individuals. Due to the declining numbers of sage grouse in Southeast Oregon, ECAS developed a sage grouse interest group in 2014, which has now morphed into a science team made up of retired scientists, managers, and volunteers, of which I'm a member. The ECAS Sage Science Team has worked closely with all the agencies essentially for sage grouse, ODFW, BLM, the Prineville Sage Grouse Local Implementation Team, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and SageCon. Additionally, ECAS has implemented its own projects to support and influence existing science and project decision-making. A few examples related to sage grouse are trapping mosquitoes that were tested for West Nile virus, informing and recommending priority areas for cutting invasive juniper, collecting native plant seeds, and planting them in burned areas of impacted sage grouse habitat. As described in ODFW's Greater Sage Grouse Conservation Assessment and Strategy for Oregon, bit of a mouthful, scientists have shown that the understory of sagebrush, made up of wildflowers or forbs, bunch grasses, in healthy sagebrush areas are key to long-term survival of the bird. Most importantly, these plants have been identified as a key food source for nesting hens and the survival of newly hatched chicks. And additionally, these plants attract insects, which are another critical food source for sage grouse chicks in the first few weeks of their life. So recently, ECAS project near Brothers, Oregon, just east of Bend, on a private ranch. With the aid of a grant from the Deschutes County Soil and Water District and partnering with the Institute of Applied Ecology, we are experimenting in ways to develop methods for restoring the depleted sagebrush understory. We believe this is a critical step in sage grouse recovery, since improving and replacing native forbs and grasses has not been explored in depth like other methods, primarily invasive juniper and grass removal. So ECAS's focus now is on the restoration of these plants across the landscape at a time we believe you all, OWEB, can enhance your effectiveness in sage grouse recovery. So now I'm going to turn to Josh Collins, the third member of our team this morning. He's going to give you a little bit of update on what else we're doing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Josh, please. And state your name for the record, please.
Certainly. Good morning. My name is Josh Collins. I chair the SAGE Science Team for ECAS. I represent environmental NGOs on the SageCon Coordinating Council. I'm going to add my scientific perspective on what more OWEB can do in addition to what you're already doing, which is wonderful, thank you, to save the sage grouse. Here is a relevant, fundamental aspect of sage grouse natural history. Every year, adult hens move from shared places of early spring mate selection, called leks, to breeding habitat, and then brooding habitat, and then wintering habitat. The seasonal movements of sage grouse delineate sage grouse landscapes. They are the natural geographic template for sage grouse conservation. Every part of a sage grouse landscape is critically important, but the breeding habitat is perhaps most important. Without good breeding habitat, the number of surviving chicks is inadequate to sustain the population. For decades, ODFW has expertly monitored the status of Oregon sage grouse populations. For the state as a whole, the population trend points to 0 sage grouse within 30 years. We are running out of time to save the sage grouse. It's running out of time for us to help it. What we have done so far hasn't worked. There are many reasons for the chronic decline in sage grouse populations. The lack of adequate food for brood hens and chicks is a very serious matter. Sage is not their main food during the breeding season. Without the protein provided by springtime forbs or wildflowers and the associated insects, hens lay fewer eggs and fewer chicks survive. In fact, young chicks cannot digest sage. They absolutely depend on forbs and associated insects. Forbs, wildflowers, are the missing link in sage grouse recovery. We must address this fact. You might ask, why are forbs missing? There are 2 main reasons. First, historical overgrazing by sheep and cattle depleted the sage grouse landscape of forb seed banks. Second, modern range management has kept most forbs from coming back. Efforts to repair the range after wildfire and invasive plant control do not involve forb restoration. By the time those projects yield good breeding habitat, most sage grouse are likely to be gone, due largely to poor hen fitness and low rates of chick survival. Here is a big part of the solution. Bring back the wildflowers. Add dietary forbs to existing breeding habitat to boost its productivity, and integrate forb restoration into wildfire and invasive vegetation management. We encourage OWEB to prioritize forb restoration in sage grouse landscapes. We would welcome further dialogue with you, perhaps with relevant field trips, to further examine these concerns. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was educational. Appreciate it. All right, we have one more. Is Jared Waybright in the room? Right on. Welcome, Jared. State your name for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Jared Waybright. I'm the Executive Director with the McKenzie Watershed Council, and I'm here this morning to offer perspective and appreciation for the board's support of open solicitation. In particular, we want to thank you for approving the 23-25 biennium budget yesterday, which included a small increase or an increase in open solicitation funds, and encourage you to keep the importance of open solicitation in mind, thinking about discretionary funding in the coming biennium, and offer you a perspective of working with OWEB and writing open solicitation grants for over 15 years. Open solicitation grants do a number of things. It's a reliable source of funding for increasingly complex and larger scale expensive projects. They provide a really critical supply or source of non-federal funds that watershed councils, land trusts, SWCDs, and others increasingly rely on. The other perspective that I just want to offer for open solicitation is increasingly, or not increasingly, but over time, what I've really come to see open solicitation as a source of healthy competition over time that really drives innovation, improvement, and just overall collaboration among watershed councils. Those are highly competitive, but in a good way. So if you want to be successful, you have to improve your product, you have to improve your application, and it's really just a overall fundamental cornerstone of the work that watershed councils and others do. And so maintaining that support, increasing that support where possible, really is important to organizations like mine. So thank you, and I appreciate the time and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do not have any written to identify today for this particular item, agenda item. But thank you all for engaging with us today. We really appreciate it, and we hear you. Thank you. All right, Liza Jane.
Okay, we're at, I'd like to offer my thanks for the whole board, but we really do appreciate the effort it takes to come out and talk to us. And we love to ask you questions, but we're just listening right now, so thank you. We're at agenda item K, which is a funding action item. It's the Water Acquisitions Grant Awards, and Eric and Brian are going to start. We've asked that we hold our questions on the staff presentation throughout the presentation, and then we'll have the public comment and we can deliberate and ask questions. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. For the record, Brian Walcott, Water Acquisition Program Manager, and today I'll be sharing with you a brief overview of the Water Acquisition Program, the review process for reviewing projects, and then we'll get into a little more details about two applications that have come before OWEB and the board. And these projects are a little more complicated than typical. In my 24 years as a OWEB grantee, I did a lot of work in water transactions in the Walla Walla Valley. Most of those were cut and dry irrigation efficiency projects or permanent in-stream transfers. There's some gray area with these, and just like in the valley this morning, we can see the mountains. It's nice to have some clarity. I hope to provide some clarity to these projects, but however, there are some gray areas that I hope that we would have more information by this time, but we do not. And so I'll try to make sure that you all realize that there are some uncertainties to factor in as you all discuss this project.
Just before you get going, Brian, so we actually had 4 applications, right? And 2 were
Correct.
Found to be ineligible. So just make sure I get that on the record. That
Yes, that's correct, and I will speak to those.
Okay.
And I was hoping to try to cover all this in 15 minutes, but there's a little more detail. As you all saw in the evaluations, I provided quite a bit of information in those, but wanted to make sure that you all have a better understanding of these projects, so you have a more informed discussion, and you'll certainly hear more from public comments. But let's see. Yeah, the Water Acquisition Program was set up to increase in-stream flow for habitat species and water quality benefits through the transfer of water rights to in-stream uses, using tools such as permanent in-stream transfers, in-stream leases, and other water use agreements such as minimum flow agreements and forbearance agreements with Oregon water right holders, both individual water right holders and irrigation districts. And this program was started in 2001, and since that time, $5 million has been invested into putting water in stream in the state of Oregon, and we have seen over 33.5 cubic feet per second going in stream as permanent in stream transfers, and over 103 CFS have gone in short-term in stream transfers. And throughout the presentation, I'll be referring to 2 units of measurement for water, both cubic feet per second and acre feet, and wanted to sit down to some visualizations that would help us just get a better understanding of what that looks like. We're not going to be playing football today, but the football field is a good measurement tool for visualizing what an acre looks like. And if a football field is covered with 1 foot deep of water from goal line to goal line, not including the end zones, that's approximately 1 acre foot of water. I can't take credit for this visualization. It came from the U.S. Geological Survey. Another visualization, a cubic foot is a cube, 1 foot, and it holds 7.5 gallons. A cubic foot per second is when a water right is issued in the state of Oregon, it typically has both a rate and a duty associated with it. The rate being the flow rate that can be put onto a property, typically for irrigation, and that's measured in cubic feet per second or in gallons per minute. and a cubic foot per second. There's a visualization of what that looks like, and let's see if this runs. But that just shows, 4 cubic feet per second moving across a known point on a stream or at a point of diversion, just to give you an idea of what that looks like. For those of you all that were on the tour on Monday, we went to White's Creek, and at that first stop on our project tour, the whole creek had been pulled out of the habitat construction area, and that bypass channel, if any of you looked off the road down right below us, that was about 28 cubic feet per second, to give you an idea of what that looks like. I'll move back up to where I was in the presentation. Let's see, getting back to the water acquisition program, the rules were updated for the program in 2020. The grant application and guidance materials were updated to reflect those changes. And during the 2022 legislative session, $10 million in general funds were appropriated for water acquisition grants as part of the drought resilience package. And due to a pandemic-induced pause in grant offerings, there was only one solicitation for proposals to come in during the 21-2023 biennium, and that solicitation opened in November 2022, closed in January, and we had 4 applications come in, totaling a request of $3.29 million. And unfortunately, during the initial internal review of those projects to see how they matched up with the rules, 2 projects were determined ineligible. One project originated in the Deschutes Basin, and they were seeking funds for an irrigation efficiency canal piping project that had occurred about 2 years prior to the grant application, and the rules require that a project be done within 18 months of that deadline, and so that project was ruled ineligible. Another project that came forward was out of the Rogue Basin, and that project was seeking OWEB funding to purchase water rights permanently off of land, put that in stream in Deer Creek, a tributary of the Rogue River. And when we look further into that property, it was actually a property that had been a land acquisition that OWEB had helped to fund in 2005. And part of the valuation of that property were some of the property had irrigated acres, and that was factored into the purchase price, so we couldn't pay for that water value twice, so that project was also deemed ineligible. So the 2 projects before us today are totaling $509,875, and we can now start going through some of the details with those. And just a map up on the screen just shows you where those 2 are located, one in the Klamath Basin and the other project in the upper Rogue Basin in South Fork, Little Butte Creek. Project 2249902, the acquisition and ecological use of Wood River Valley 1864 priority water right. This project was came in from an applicant, California Waterfowl Association, requesting $400,000. They have already secured $900,000 from California Department of Fish and Wildlife and private donations, and they're seeking an additional up to $6.2 million from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This project addresses low flows and wetland water needs that are impacting both fish and wildlife. The project has quite a bit more water associated with it than a typical water transaction. Project 25 cubic feet per second of in-stream flow, although that needs to be qualified, and I'll certainly talk about that later, some of the issues with the water right. And this project has the potential to improve 42 to 44 miles of in-stream flow benefits, but the benefits are primarily in the upper tributary. If you look at that aerial photo, this water right serves a ranch in the upper Klamath tributary area, and just upstream of the lake, Wood River and Crooked Creek, the ranch is between those 2 green dots, the points of diversions, and that there is benefit from this water right. There's approximately 12 CFS of that 25 comes out of the Wood River at 2 points of diversion, and that water being left in stream provides benefit to Wood River. But in recent drought years, all that water has been regulated off by Oregon Water Resources Department to meet a more senior water right in the upper basin, and that is the Klamath tribes have an in-stream water claim that is more senior to anything else. It's a time immemorial water right that was decided by the courts in 2017, and that not only affects the Wood River regulation and management, but Crooked Creek, where there's 13 CFS that also goes onto this ranch, as that's left in stream as part of the project. That water has been regulated down and on occasion has been regulated off at some times over the last 5-6 years or so since the 2017 determination of the Klamath Tribe's water claim. And just to back up a little bit, the overall transaction, this project is seeking OWEB funding to help pay for the 5-year temporary transfer, with the idea that this is a rent-to-own option. The money that comes in to pay for the 5 years can go towards the permanent purchase of this water right. California Waterfowl Association has a purchase and sale agreement with the ranch owner, with the Thomas Ranch, to permanently purchase that water right and transfer it downstream to the Lower Klamath National Wildlife Refuge. The permanent transfer is not possible until the court issues a final water right adjudication decree. And I'm not sure if you all are familiar with the term adjudication, but in the Upper Klamath Basin, there is currently an adjudication process that's been going on for several decades, or a few decades, and has potential to continue for a few more years or another decade or two. And an adjudication process is an opportunity to prove up everyone's water right, verify acreages, and to hear any contest from other water right holders or other issues. It's been a long process that Oregon Water Resources Department and the courts have been working through. And with the further complications of ESA, federal changes that ignore Oregon water law, and also the new change that the tribes have had. They have their recognized tribal water claim in the basin. So the adjudication limits what you can do with a water right. You can't change the type of use. You can't do a permanent transfer. And so in this case, there would likely be a need to do continuous 5-year temporary transfers up until the time that the adjudication is complete. And then there could be that permanent transfer of the water right down to the National Wildlife Refuge. So that is just one of the complications. I'll go ahead and move to the next slide, showing the routing of this project. The image we were just looking at is at the upper top of the map, the Thomas Ranch and the 2 points of diversion on Crooked Creek and Wood River. That water would go in stream and benefit flows in those streams in non-drought years. In drought years like we've currently been experiencing, there's less improvement to those stream channels for the resident trout that live there. And then an incremental amount of flow improvement occurs in Agency Lake and then Klamath Lake to benefit the 2 endangered sucker species, the short-nosed sucker and the Lost River sucker, 2 species that have had challenges with reproducing in the lake as their spawning beds can't be dried out, and they've really been challenged with reproduction. That water moves on down to the Klamath River, and I should have shown the routing of the Klamath River after the diversion, but there's about 6 to 8 miles, depending on which diversion canal is used, to bring that water out of the Klamath River. The 2 green lines, those canals deliver the water to the north, or to the Lower Klamath National Wildlife Refuge, which is primarily in California with some portions in Oregon. And this water does go on to California. And then on the map, the Klamath River after that point continues on to where the dams are being removed down by state line, 1 in Oregon and 3 in California. And So that's where you have the 42 to 44 miles of benefit. But I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the regulation that occurs to that water. I talked about how Oregon Water Resource Department has to dial down or at times turn off some of the water rights to make sure that the Klamath tribes get their in-stream right achieved in stream in the upper tributaries. The other point of regulation is the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation is responsible for delivering water to about 30,000 acres of farmland in the Klamath Falls area. They also are now responsible for maintaining lake levels to keep the habitat intact for the sucker species. And they are also responsible for maintaining salmon bypass flows in the Klamath River as that water moves down through California to make sure that we don't have additional fish kills of the salmon population that we're trying to recover in California as they migrate in and out to the Pacific Ocean. So there's regulation where the Bureau, as it is looking at this water that's coming off the Thomas Ranch, and over the last 2 years, has had to determine how much of that they can send on to the Klamath National Wildlife Refuge versus what goes to the farms and what goes to the bypass flows they have to maintain. And they have looked at the Thomas Ranch, and there's already been a reduction of the water right. For the purpose of the transfer, Oregon Water Resources Department determined that there were 248 acres of the total 1,500 acres of that water right that were wet. It was a wetland area within the ranch that it was not the use of the water wasn't appropriate, and so that was canceled out of the water right for the purpose of the 5-year transfer, and that any water that would have been applied to those wet acres was determined that would flow back to either Wood River or Crooked Creek, either subsurface or on the surface, or flow back to the lakes and be available for use downstream. And so the Bureau has looked at that and has actually factored in more water wouldn't have been used on the property. And there's an effort now to fine tune that analysis. Right now it's more of a quick calculation, but Fish and Wildlife Service and U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, when this transfer started, they signed a memorandum of understanding that they would complete a consumptive use study of the water used on this ranch to make sure that only wet water would potentially be purchased by the Fish and Wildlife Service to bring water down to the Klamath Refuge. And this is a study that involves hydrologists looking at everything from groundwater influences, precipitation, crop use, evapotranspiration, evaporation, and seepage. And this is a study that we had hoped would inform the appraisal and the purchase price. And I'll actually talk about it a little more when we talk about potential conditions for this project. So we've got the state regulating off water to meet the Klamath tribe's time immemorial right. We also have the Bureau making their own regulation further down in the Klamath system. Both of those have reduced how much water makes it to the National Wildlife Refuge in the first 2 years of this five-year temporary transfer. Only several hundred acre feet have made it to the refuge, and that is, if you look at the paper water right, there's actually 3,755 acre feet of water associated with that water right, and that's a significant reduction. 10 to 20% is all that's making it to the refuge. So a lot of the benefit of this project is just realized in those upper tributaries and not so much making it to the refuge. However, the refuge was a wetland. It was the first National Wildlife Refuge declared in the United States. That occurred under the Teddy Roosevelt administration in 1908. It was a significant part of the Pacific Flyway as waterfowl were moving north and south. And what is happening now in the fall as those migratory waterfowl are coming into this critical area, it's still a desert. In the fall, it's no longer the wetlands that it used to be. And the Fish and Wildlife Service has made this a critical priority, and they have $20 million to find water in the upper basin that is senior and they have a real interest in being able to bring water down to the refuge. However, they realize they want to achieve that in a way can be done in a way that won't harm the farms, the irrigation needs in the basin. And so that's why there's this consumptive water use study that's occurring. Unfortunately, it's been delayed, hasn't been completed yet. The hydrologists working on it have apparently been pulled off to another project. And so it doesn't seem like it just hasn't been completed in time to inform the discussion today. One of the gray areas. I think that pretty much covers it. The other is the cost. This project was already a fairly expensive cost, even at getting 25 cubic feet per second in stream. The added regulation reducing the amount of water that state or federal dollars could pay for makes this an even more expensive project. However, water is scarce in this basin, and if there are opportunities to get water in stream, it's worth analyzing those to see if that might be a valid project. So that's what I have so far, but I anticipate there might be some questions. For the other project, 2249903, South Fork Little Butte Creek Water Acquisition in the Upper Oak. This project was brought forward by the Freshwater Trust requesting $109,875, and this would be matched by a little over $66,000 from Freshwater Trust. And this project addresses low flow issues in South Fork Little Butte Creek. This is a stream that hosts ESA listed coho salmon, as well as resident trout and steelhead. And this project is part of a multifaceted fish passage and habitat project that OWEB is currently funded, that it's doing some in-stream and side channel and revegetation work. And this project, the water acquisition, can provide up to 0.34 cubic feet per second of protected senior in-stream flow. This water right is a 1907 water right, and the state, when it does have to regulate water down at lower flows, they actually will regulate off down to 1915 water rate. So 1907 is truly senior, hasn't been regulated off even in recent drought years. The permitted in-stream transfer 0.08 CFS would occur if you look on the image. There's a yellow dot on the map, and that is a proposed pump station that would serve 9.8 acres that would be converted to a more efficient pipe and sprinkler irrigation project just to the north or above that yellow dot. And the second phase of the project would be 0.26 CFS of in-stream water rights that would be transferred or leased in-stream following the vegetation of 13 acres of riparian forest that would be established a little bit further downstream, a little bit to the upper left of where that yellow dot is. It doesn't show real well, but it's a yellow cross-hatched area with some green dots where a new side channel is going to be constructed through that area. And the revegetation typically takes about 5 years, and we'll talk a little bit about that when we get to the conditions. And one thing that I failed to cover as I was talking about the program is these projects have gone through a review process that involves state, federal, and tribal agency staff that have reviewed these projects and provided input looking at the ecological outcomes of the projects, cost effectiveness, the soundness of the transaction, the ability of the applicant to oversee the water transaction, and those again included state, federal, and tribal staff, including Oregon Water Resources Department, both at the local and regional level. And those helped inform that. And as you look through the evaluation materials, you see several of the comments, pro and con, that came in from the review teams. One team for the Klamath project, another for this Rogue Basin project. And I just wanted to look at my notes real quick, see if there's anything else I wanted to convey. But I think I covered it. I think now I'll just talk about the conditions associated with both of these projects. With the Klamath project, The conditions that are spelled out in the evaluation materials recommend that the project be funded if matching funds are secured from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Second condition is that an updated appraisal of water values shall be completed and that OWEB would pay no more than the appraised amount. At the time of writing that, I was hoping, or we as OWEB staff were hoping, that this would be informed by the consumptive water use study, so that appraisal was looking at a better idea of how much water is actually consumptively used and could be transferred off the Thomas Ranch. That study, as I mentioned before, has not been completed in time to inform this discussion. And so with that in mind, I recommend there be a third funding condition, and that would be funding shall be informed by the Fish and Wildlife Service Bureau of Reclamation consumptive use study of the Thomas Ranch water claim to ensure purchase of only wet water. And when I use the phrase water claim instead of water right during an adjudication process, technically these are not water rights, they're a water claim that's been determined, but cannot be considered a true water right in the eyes of Water Resources Department until the adjudication process is complete. And so that's just a third funding condition associated with the Klamath project. With the South Fork Little Butte Creek project, there are three conditions written out in the staff recommendation. The first, a commitment to transfer or lease in stream 13 acres of the water right after the riparian vegetation is established. And a second condition is that the application to Oregon Water Resources Department for additional water going in stream for the 13 acres be included in the 5th year post-implementation status report. And then a third condition, that pump readings of the water use on the property monitored and recorded in the post-implementation status reports. And these are reports that occur the 1st year, 3rd year, and 5th year after a project has been completed. And so just to confirm that there is that reduction of the water use, that we have a way to document the improvements, because unfortunately, with these small amounts of water being transferred in stream, the flows in South Fork Little Butte Creek range from 30 CFS in the summertime down to 10 CFS in more recent years. And so it's difficult to measure that in stream, but having a pump with both a instantaneous water volume reading, or water rate reading, and then also getting the total volume at the end of the irrigation season, that's the information that needs to be conveyed in the reports. But that's it for, sorry, a rather lengthy presentation, but I'll open it now for questions.
Eric, do you have more for us?
I could not possibly add anything of value after Brian's summary, so thank you.
Good move, Brian, thank you. That was wonderful. We're going to go ahead and have public comment and ask you after that to come back up, and we'll continue. Okay, I'd like to invite Carl Winter up. Carl's provided written comment and come to visit with us as well. Thank you, Carl.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Carl Winter, and I'm here as a private citizen to voice my strong support for the funding of this acquisition in the Wood River Valley. In my allotted 3 minutes, I want to make two major points. One is to emphasize the catastrophically dire situation that is occurring on the Lower Klamath Wildlife Refuge Complex. The other is to point out that this acquisition and others like it are the only methods currently available to provide water to the refuge. The staff did an admirable job of reviewing this acquisition. They pointed out that Oregon Water Resources Department approved this transfer. What they didn't point out is OWRD took 6 months to review this. They knew it was going to be controversial. They covered all the bases. They approved it. Didn't stop them from being sued over it. That suit was thrown out of court in a summary judgment. So that's important for you all to hear. I also don't believe they emphasized enough in their report just how dire the situation is on the basin. There are clearly benefits to Crooked Creek, the Wood River, Upper Klamath Lake by this in-stream diversion. However, the situation on the refuge, as the nation's first migratory bird refuge and arguably the most important refuge on the entire West Coast, has been dry for 3 years. It is truly becoming desertified. It is a desert. The ramifications of that are incredible. The number of birds using this refuge was in the millions. The numbers now in their surveys are less than 1% of the peak numbers of waterfowl using this refuge. You have to be there to understand the dire nature of this. Another example is right now, today, there's a horde of locusts leaving the refuge and destroying farmers' crops in the adjacent fields. Those locusts are there because the entire refuge is now invaded by invasive dryland plants that are feeding the insects. I'm not stretching it to say that this is a catastrophe of biblical proportions, and that's an understatement. The other point is the only solution to this is water, and the only way to get water to the refuges is to buy it. There's no other solution. It is a complicated reason why the refuges are currently dry, but because of their junior water rights, they're not going to get water in the near future unless they actually get the right transferred to them or purchased it. That is why they've allocated $20 million to do this. This acquisition represents the first groundbreaking step and is the delivery of wet water. I can tell you that the refuge biologists consider this to be very wet water and look at it as manna from heaven for them to manage the refuge. It's not going to be the solution, but when it becomes apparent that this is feasible, it's a feasible option to do, there will be more of these transfers. And that will ultimately lead to rewatering the refuge and restoring the system the way it should be functioning. So I urge you to fund this program, and I appreciate the staff's incredible efforts to analyze it for you. And I'm here to address any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. We have a couple virtual testimonies. Do we have Mark Henley? There's a thumb.
Yeah. Hi there. Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you introduce yourself for the record? And we're listening.
Yeah, I'm Mark Henley with the California Waterfowl Association. Thank you for having me. I'll just get through here and try to be short. California Waterfowl is a 20,000 member nonprofit that restores and enhances wetlands and other waterfowl habitat, including over 25 years of work in the Klamath Basin. Our members also recently contributed over $1 million to support water purchases for the Lower Klamath National Wildlife Refuge. And we submitted the funding proposal before you on water acquisition and ecological use of Wood River Valley 1864 priority water rights. So we're the sponsors of that. The water rights purchase would help ensure a more reliable supply of water for the Lower Klamath Refuge's managed wetlands. That's the whole goal. As touched upon by the previous speaker, the last 3 years have been amongst the driest on record for the refuge, which lies in the Klamath Basin. The Klamath Basin is the most important staging area in the entire Pacific Flyway. Because of reduced water deliveries, waterfowl counts on the refuge in both 2020 and 2021 were amongst the lowest on record. In 2020, we had 60,000 waterfowl and other water birds die from an avian botulism outbreak at Lower Klamath and neighboring Tule Lake Refuge. And this was all exacerbated by the low water conditions. The significantly reduced wetland footprint has also caused many waterfowl to bypass the Klamath Basin entirely on their fall and spring migrations, which not only creates depredation problems for farmers, but is leaving waterfowl in poor body condition as they travel to their northern breeding grounds. Essentially, the dearth of water deliveries is changing the Pacific Flyway, and not for the better. In addition, wildlife-dependent recreational opportunities for the public, like bird watching and waterfowl hunting, have been severely restricted, and this negatively impacts the Klamath Basin economy. Currently, the only flooded wetland habitat on Lower Klamath Refuge is the result of voluntary water purchases. This is the only strategy that's actually working to get water on the refuge during the spring and summer, when local waterfowl desperately need wetlands for breeding and molting. The water rights purchase agreement of 3750 acre feet from the Wood River Valley is helping to maintain that limited wetland habitat, as well as providing, as was mentioned earlier, water quality benefits in stream and to Upper Klamath Lake, which help endangered fish and other species. The transaction thus far has been paid for only through donations from our association, as well as grant funding from the state of California. The federal government has significant funds on hand and will ultimately pay for most of the water purchase. But in the meanwhile, other funding must be secured to keep that transaction going. It should be noted that the water rights strategy for Lower Klamath Refuge is not only supported by California waterfowl, but also numerous other conservation groups like the National Audubon Society, the California chapter of the Nature Conservancy, and Sustainable Northwest. But most importantly, it's also supported by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. In 2021, the service did an environmental assessment and found that up to 30,000 acre feet of water was available from willing sellers in the Wood River Valley. That's enough water to flood 10,000 acres of wetlands per year. Also, please note that a similar water rights purchase strategy helped nearby Stillwater Refuge in Nevada obtain a more reliable supply of water to meet its annual wetland management needs. So we greatly appreciate the work of your staff in analyzing the proposal, and we respectfully ask that you approve funding for it with the conditions specified. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Jean?
Good morning, Co-Chairs McAllister, Boyer, and board members. My name is Gene Souza. I'm the Executive Director of Klamath Irrigation District. Today, I'd like to comment on the grant application for the Wood River. And it's with deep regret that Klamath Irrigation District approaches a board to recommend denial of the grant. And I deeply regret having to say this, but the intent of the individuals and groups involved to assist in resolving the ecological destruction of the Klamath Basin is greatly appreciated. Unfortunately, this grant will increase conflict in the Klamath Basin. As written, this is a paper transfer of water. It creates the following issues for over 3,200 water right holders in my community. As addressed in your briefing this morning, the total amount of water in the application is not physically available. A technical scrutiny of the water availability results in assessment that the amount of wet water physically available for the transfer is much less than the amount of water discussed in the permit. As outlined in Klamath Water Users Association's evaluation of wet water written public comment, shows that 37.5% of the water would not be diverted as beneficial use and could not be claimed. Therefore, transferring wet water in that amount discussed in the permit creates harm to other water right holders. Furthermore, the department's failure, Oregon Water Resource Department's failure to enforce existing water rights is the direct cause of this transfer. The Lower Klamath National Wildlife Refuge has a determined water right claim included in the 1905 priority, the same as a Klamath Reclamation Project. It's a state water right. It also has various federal water rights. Oregon Water Resource Department's position to not enforce the Klamath River Basin adjudication's amended and corrected findings of fact of order of determination, or ACFOD, to prevent stored water releases from Upper Klamath Lake for uses without an adjudicated water right is the direct responsibility of why we're not seeing the available supply in the refuges, the receiving lands of this permit. But for the Oregon Water Resource Department's inaction to enforce the ACFOD, this transfer would not be necessary, as sufficient water would be available and our ecological condition would not be in collapse. If Oregon water law to be followed as Klamath Irrigation District has requested on multiple occasions, the memorandum of agreement the state entered into with California's Yurok tribe in 2013 to undermine the results of the ACFOD as a direct source of this conflict. The approval of this grant will further exacerbate distrust in the department and will likely result in additional litigation. The paper transfer implements a double standard. The department appears to approve the paper water transfer as outside the authority of the Endangered Species Act. This gives a perception of a sleight of hand which fuels the conflict here in the Klamath watershed. Currently, the senior water rights are undermined by a perversion of the interpretation of the Endangered Species Act, which the department seems to perceive as negating all other laws, property rights, and contracts when it's politically beneficial and thus promoting division. This application is for in-stream purposes, and the only in-stream benefit is the very small connection piece between the Crooked River and Agency Lake. The remainder of the stream, Upper Klamath Lake, there's negligible impacts or improvements from that water flowing into the Upper Klamath Lake or the short period of Klamath River. In following OWEB's guidance to fund the grant release in acquiring water for in-stream flows as described in the grant application, at least 37.5% of the water requested in this grant is already in stream and is not able to be diverted for beneficial use. Furthermore, the water in this grant is being diverted to another property for consumptive use. The transfer does not increase in-stream flows and is provided in the program guidance. Additionally, the water must be transferred through the Klamath Reclamation Project facilities at Lower Klamath National Wildlife Refuge, further decreasing the amount of water available by evaporation and seepage through that system. OWEB's approval for this grant will signal the willingness to approve permanent transfers of this nature, which will increase consumptive use and conflict in the Klamath Basin, as the previous commenters have suggested. Given these issues, which promote conflict, I must begrudgingly object to the approval of the grant. I don't want to do so. We need the help. We need help in the Klamath Basin. Klamath Irrigation District suggests that if the department would regulate the release of stored water from Upper Klamath Lake in accordance with the ACFOD, the transfer would not be necessary, as enough water is currently available to meet the needs of the water right holders, and our ecosystem would not be in collapse. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. We received quite a bit of public written comment as well, and I'd like to acknowledge that we heard and received a letter from Paul Simons from Klamath Water Users, Dominic Carlo from, I can't say, a law group, Carl Law Group, and Michael Hopp from the California Waterfowl Association. We appreciate that, and those materials have been received. So at this time, we're at, invite the staff back up. And the chair is open to questions and comments. Kelly.
Kelly Coates for the record. I have a question about the South Fork Little Butte Creek transfer. There's a mention of a future 13 acres of irrigated land that could potentially have additional transfer. How many CFS is this? Do we know?
Yes, that would be the second phase of the project that I mentioned, the 0.24.
0.24, okay.
Yeah, so there'd be a total of 0.36 that would be available for
Okay. And the landowner is amenable to this?
I'm sorry, could you
The
repeat?
landowner is amenable to this future phase?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm assuming that this transfer is happening after the revegetation project in order to irrigate that project and get plants established, right?
That is correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Oh, Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gary Marshall for the record. I just have a few questions here pertaining to the Klamath issue. Boy, what a great presentation. They're saying is so complex that I don't even pretend to try to understand it all. But one of my questions is, Brian, what's the priority dates on the Thomas Ranch? I heard somebody say 1864. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And so you mentioned that it's in adjudication right now. Another question is, weren't these rights adjudicated at the time of certification, or what? Why are we in re-adjudication at this point in time?
It's my understanding that part of the Klamath Basin has gone through a decree process and confirmed water rights, but this upper basin is now going through that process. And there's been a determination of the water claim that there has been a review of that and went through the Water Resources Department process to get to that point, but it still needs to finish through the rest of the process.
Okay. So are all the tribes' rights in-stream rights, or are some of these actually rights for diversion and over land?
It is my understanding that these are in-stream water rights.
Okay. And I heard somebody say that this Klamath refuge, or they wanted to get that wet up in the fall, or at least the problem was in part late season migration, or fall season migration. They need water. I just wonder, there's appears from the map canals that are feeding that, and necessary points of diversion out of the Klamath River to supply those canals. But how did this whole system work prior to settlement and development? Was the lower, or was this Klamath refuge watered through out of this system in the fall of the year? Were there sloughs and channels and things going down into that system, or was it just wetlands due to spring flows and still retain moisture water in the fall for these fall migrations? Can you explain that a little bit to me, because I'm not familiar with the area?
Yeah, I think I might just be a little bit more familiar with the hydrology of the Klamath Basin than you, but not much. I can only say that I asked that of the reviewers and did hear that Lower Klamath National Wildlife Refuge is part of the hydrology of the Klamath River system. But I wondered the same thing. Was this transferring water out of the basin or outside of where it would have naturally flowed prior to the development that occurred there? So that is a pretty feeble attempt at an answer, but yeah, it's my understanding it is part of the hydrology of the system.
I can assure
Yeah.
you that
Okay.
River Basin.
So so I'm picturing this in a way that, for the area that I live in here, I'd argue with Carl a little bit that that's the most important refuge in the Pacific Flyway, because my neighbor here is the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, and so we think it's quite important too. So, and we're sort of in the same kind of very similar situation here, and so it's very understandable, but I guess that's my primary questions in trying to understand. It's I really see the need to get water down there to the refuge and in order to keep this alive. So thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Any other questions or comments from the board? Meg?
Brian, were you about to say something else there? I don't, you looked like you were going to say
I'm sorry, I just thought of something else that would help address Gary's question regarding the hydrology. When I did look, I was trying to determine if there were any springs or spring water rights in the vicinity or in the Klamath Refuge, and I did not run across any, which made me think that that was an area that was part of the Klamath River flows, but I don't know if that was on a seasonal basis or year round.
Okay, thanks, Brian.
Thank you. So Meg Reeves, just for the record. So I want to start by saying two things. One is that I'm in favor of this Klamath, well, both the transfers, but my issues are on the Klamath one as conditioned. And then I think you did an extraordinary job of explaining what was going on there. I love those rate and duty slides that you have. But so I just think it's worth kind of trying to get as much clarity as we can about exactly what we're doing if we sign off on this transfer. Because one of your slides, Brian, talked about the methods that we usually use are permanent in-stream transfers, in-stream leases, minimum flow agreements, or forbearance agreements. And this kind of comes close to a forbearance agreement, but it's not really any of those things. It's the Water Resources Department has already approved a 5-year temporary transfer from the top point to the bottom point that we saw. So I think about, what are the watershed health values that we would be paying for? And are we paying the right price for it? Those are the two things that I think are at issue here. And so that we're getting ancillary benefits in stream in the upper basin from the Wood and the Crooked, yeah, down to the lakes, and then you described some ancillary, maybe water quality benefits in the lakes. And then a second benefit is more water to the refuges, if the conditions are right, basically. And the third is further supporting the efforts that the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Bureau of Reclamation have underway to try to kind of pilot. They refer to it as a pilot. They're trying to test where this can work, basically. So I see those as that's what I see as the 3 watershed benefits that we're paying for. And so to me, that really the only question is, are we paying the right amount for that? And I think that conditions, especially the condition that you added about the consumptive use study, seems like we will eventually get to the right price up to 400,000. So that's my thoughts on this.
Thank you, Meg. Mark, and then Jamie.
Thank you for Mark Labhart, Commissioner, Fish and Wildlife Department. So I don't profess to understand the legal or the details or some of the issues, so I'll say that right up front. I try to operate at 50,000 feet and I try not to get into the weeds. And I appreciate what you just said because it helped answer some of my questions. But the first question I have, I'm going to look at Chris when I ask this question, because one of the factors is funds, one of the conditions is, I'm back on the Wood River application, fund if matching funds secured by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Do you have an answer to that question? Is there, does that look good or not, or what, or can you answer that question?
The question is the likelihood of those funds coming through, Mark. Yeah, I can't speak to that.
Okay. Brian, does anybody have any answer to that question? Because that's a condition. We're only going to fund this if there's likely that Fish and Wildlife Service is going to provide that funding, so.
Sure, Mark. And for the record, Brian Wolcott, I want to say that what I've heard from Fish and Wildlife Service is that this is critical. They do have $20 million specifically for the purpose of doing this type of project. They're evaluating the appraisal materials and waiting for the results from that consumptive use study to make sure that they're just purchasing wet water. And with that information, they'll determine if and how much money they would fund towards this project.
Okay, thank you.
And that's certainly also contingent on whether the water rights seller is going to be willing to accept the amount of money that they determine is appropriate based on the amount of water.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know if this is a question for Meg or if it's a question for you, Brian. So could somebody address some of the concerns that were raised by the irrigation district? Why we should not fund this? Is there any thing you can offer there that would give us better information about? We've heard the pros and the cons now. I'd like to hear your analysis of what we heard from the irrigation district. Because we've heard, there's been legal issues, been to courts, been adjudicated, water rights back and forth. Help me understand some of the concerns that are raised. And I don't know if it's Meg or you that could help answer.
I will start, but I imagine Meg has insight as well with her history with Water Resources Department. The issues raised by the commenters, the irrigators in the Klamath community are valid issues. They have a concern that if the paper water amounts are transferred to the refuge, that would reduce how much water is available for the Bureau of Reclamation to deliver to their farms or the farms that the irrigation districts serve. And that issue, they want to make sure that any water that would have either been applied to the farm and seeped back to those streams and to the lake would be there, and that all that water would not just be transferred past them and onto the refuge. And I think that's a valid concern. And I apologize for not speaking more about the controversy and legal issues associated with this project. And it was mentioned during the comments that when this transfer was approved by the Water Resources Department, they were challenged in court, and the Marion District Court did make a decision on the side of Water Resources Department that they had made the correct decision. However, that the Fort Klamath water users that brought that lawsuit have now brought that to the Oregon Court of Appeals, and it could take up to 2 years until we hear an answer from what that decision is going to be. And then there's also been the other recent court case where the lower Klamath water users in Oregon, the irrigation, one of those irrigation districts challenged the Bureau of Reclamation in recognizing the Endangered Species Act as necessitating maintaining lake levels and also maintaining salmon bypass flows. And that was, with that occurring, that reduced how much water would be and has been available for those 30 acres or 30,000 acres or so of farm in the Klamath area. And so there's already been litigation there. There may be more, and it's certainly a controversial issue, both this transfer and just how water is being managed in general and regulated by both the state and by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation.
Okay, so before Meg answers, so given that, what you just said, staff's recommendation is still to fund with the conditions. Is that, am I hearing you correctly?
Yeah, but okay. Especially with that third condition, with the, it was implied that the appraisal would be informed by the wet water analysis, the consumptive use analysis. But as that hasn't been done yet, I thought it would be good just to have a clearly stated third condition that if there was water purchased for this project, that it would just be the wet water informed by that publicly funded consumptive use study.
Yes, Meg, please.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Brian and Mark, for the question. My perspective is that the concerns that have been raised by the commenters are, I think it's fair to say, primarily about the actual transfer that the Water Resources Department has approved, and that is in place and that is currently being litigated. It's in the Court of Appeals. The department prevailed at the trial court level. It's in the Court of Appeals now. Who knows how long it will take for that court to make a decision. But I think most of the concern from the local irrigators has to do with that decision. And this is kind of a secondary decision that we're making, whether to participate as funders, basically. And also with the situation there, and I don't want to say too much about this because I don't represent the department anymore. I'm on the commission, but we're not necessarily at this level of detail. There's a ton of litigation happening in the basin, but the Bureau, as I understand it, has gotten sign off from the Ninth Circuit that their Endangered Species Act obligations are gonna, they trump state water law in distributing the water within the project, including to the I mean, the Bureau is distributing water to the refuges. So that the Bureau has Endangered Species Act obligations that it has to satisfy. And so the Bureau is kind of balancing those two issues. And that's another issue with which the people holding water rights in the basin take serious issue. And so that kind of continues to get litigated as well. So that's what I was taking away from the input that we were getting, is that it was mostly focused on the fact that this transfer has happened at full rate and duty. Well, not full rate and duty, and it was cut back some, scaled back some. The agreement between the number of acres was scaled back at the department level. The agreement between the Bureau of Reclamation and the Fish and Wildlife Services using a 2 acre-foot duty rather, or at least the top end, I guess, would be a 2 acre-foot duty rather than a 3 acre-foot duty, recognizing, I think, that this issue of how much water is actually getting consumed and subject to transfer. But that's like a big, the nature of this underlying transaction is important for us, because what happened was the transfer allowed the place of use and the point of diversion, not the nature of use, to move from the upper basin down to the lower basin. So water is still getting consumed at the lower basin. In this case, it's getting consumed, when it does, for a purpose that's within our bailiwick, that is the health of wildlife refuges. So there's nothing typical about this at all, what we're doing here, but I kind of think it works with the conditions that we're proposing to add, so.
Thank you, Meg. No simple solutions for complex problems.
Yeah.
Jamie.
Well, first of all, this whole discussion speaks, I'm just so impressed and proud of this entire team. I mean, the concerns raised from the public, the incredible presentation by staff, the deliberation and thoughtfulness and wealth of knowledge and perspective on the board. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate that. I also, a lot of the questions and things I was grappling with, they've been either raised by some of my colleagues and spoken to very, very eloquently by Meg. Stepping back from this project, I know yesterday I asked a specific question about some overall considerations for this process, and the chair deferred to today. So what I would respectfully ask, if we could deal with the projects first that are in front of us, and then once that action is taken, if we could have some discussion as part of this item about the overall process, but not to muddy the details of these projects. If we can have that conversation first, if that's okay, just because you did ask to postpone that conversation to later. So then getting back to the specifics of the project, the one other thing I think that comes to mind, and I think as Meg has just, again, so well stated, that this project and the consideration and the factors involved do fall within OWEB's mission. But one of the other questions I think at large in the public is this question of impact to community and to farmers. And it is my understanding, and I don't know if staff can speak to this because it's a little bit outside of, but just to confirm, there are federal resources that can compensate farmers for the fouling of fields during times of loss of water. And again, this is not specific to this project, but I don't know. It's my understanding. I can either make that a statement or ask if you want to comment on that.
Yes, I can speak to that. from my experience in the Walla Walla Valley, when the Endangered Species Act forced water in stream to make sure that there were no more fish kills happening in the Walla Walla River, farms were told that they could not deliver and use, or irrigation districts were told they couldn't deliver as much water as they have been, and farms couldn't have as much water. And there was not direct mitigation to cover that. There was the opportunity to apply for competitive grants, and that was a way to try to keep those farms viable, but there was no direct mitigation for the ESA impact to those farms.
Well, then that is outside of the purview of OWEB, but that is a question that is out there for additional resources and balancing and addressing some of the conflict in the basin. But again, that's not within the purview of OWEB. Yeah, no, I think a lot of the concerns and issues and details have been spoken to. So, and I think I think the case has been made for why this is important, and again, falls within OWEB's area of responsibility. So appreciate it.
Thank you, JB. Barbara.
All right, so listening to the irrigation district, and then I think you used the word that the water would pass them. So there are irrigators above and downstream? Are they all?
Yes, there are irrigators upstream of where this Thomas Ranch is in the upper basin before those streams make it to Agency Lake and Klamath Lake. But there are also irrigators downstream at the bottom end of the lake is where the city of Klamath Falls is, as well as those irrigation districts that are part of the Bureau of Reclamation federal irrigation project that was set up in the early 1900s, and they are junior to many of those upper stream water rights, upper basin water rights. And then there's also certainly irrigation occurring in California as well.
Okay, thank you. And this project, is this the first time this has come to OWEB, even though it's third payment? Is this the first time we're funding it?
Yes,
Or
this
asked
is
to be funding it?
the first time that they've requested OWEB dollars for the project, and the project started, the first 5 of the 5 years was 2021.
Meg has in this.
Actually, not, did you have more? That just triggered another question that I had to.
Okay, I have more. And is this only one POD?
One, you said?
Point of diversion?
There are 2 points of diversion on the Wood River, right next to each other, and then there's also a diversion on Crooked Creek.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, 3 points of diversion. And one thing I just wanted to talk a little bit more. Meg did a good job of describing the water, but just to make it a little clearer, when there's a discussion of 2 acre-feet versus 3 acre-feet, the original water right from 1864 was issued with that ranch being able to have 3 acre-feet per acre. The Bureau determination right now, and their more cursory evaluation, has reduced that down to 2 acre-feet of water per acre can be applied through an irrigation season. It is possible that with this consumptive water use study, that could get reduced a bit further down, even potentially as low as 1 acre-foot per acre, which would be a substantial influence on how much funding would be potentially paid for this project. And with that uncertainty in mind, I think one option would be to consider waiting until that consumptive water use study is completed before investing state funding into this project.
One last question, sorry. So during adjudication process, there's going to be 5-year cycles of this, right? While we're waiting for the adjudication, is that what I understand?
That is a potential. When I'm looking at this, it wasn't described in the application, but just from where I've seen other ongoing in-stream transfers in other parts of the state, that's a way to where water right holder is willing to keep that water in stream, but wants to retain that right for the long term, for a potential permanent transfer or bring that back onto the farm for crop use into the future, there can just be rollover of that transfer, but it would certainly have to go through an approval process each time.
A maximum of how many of those can be had?
I haven't heard that, but I do know of ones that have occurred for over a decade, 2 decades.
Okay, thank you.
Did I say Meg and then Liz?
Yeah, oh, thank you. So Brian, I forgot to ask you, what do we mean by fund if matching funds secured from Fish and Wildlife Service? Is that a matching fund this season we're talking about, or is it a commitment to fund in the future?
Yeah, if they committed to fund the amount of dollars to achieve the purchase of the water right, that would justify OWEB being a partner in that investment.
If they commit to the purchase, purchase of a permanently transferred water right, is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Liz.
Zach Powell for the record. So that really just impressed by all the conversation and still confused to myself. But that just happens. So my question was about chronology too, because you listed the 3 things that we're depending on. And so those will all take time to be informed by Bureau of Reclamation, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, depending on the matches, et cetera. So my question is, if we would vote to fund today, what is the chronology of all that before something is actually triggered? How does that work?
Yeah, that is one of the complexities and some of the gray area involved with this project, that there are certain steps that need to occur. A water appraisal, and ideally a water appraisal that is based on this new consumptive water use study that would be a better determination of how much wet water would truly come off the Thomas Ranch and be transferred in stream. And then the chronology of if and when Fish and Wildlife Service determines that they are going to fund a permanent purchase. And that just creates some of the uncertainties associated with this project.
So then I have sort of a what if question. If we do find in any of these pieces of information that we're waiting for that it's less than or a modification of, how then do we come back to the board to adjust that grant? How would that work? That's a protocol question, I guess, that we would.
Thanks for the question, Liz. Eric Williams. The way the conditions are designed is that we would not need to come back to you because the conditions are similar to yes, no questions. So, is the consumptive use study done? Yes. And then is the appraisal done based on that consumptive use study? Yes. Then that appraisal determines the dollar value, and the motion is constructed such that the OWEB investment is up to $400,000, but would only be the amount determined by the appraisal, which is informed by the consumptive study.
Okay, thank you.
Dan.
For the consumptive use study, does that address the concern by the irrigation district about this being sort of a paper water right? I don't know if I got that right in my head, but it made it sound like this is sort of this paper water right is the big number, but the consumptive use, which could prevent them from getting water out of the canals. Mm-hmm. But that big paper water right number would be shrunk down to the real number that it represents through the consumptive use study. Right?
Yeah. And I cannot speak for the irrigation districts, the water users in the Klamath Valley, but they do mention in their public comments what we heard and what was written, that they are very concerned that there could be a purchase of a water right that is a mix of both paper water and wet water. And they would only want to see that wet water diverted, but I still think that they may have concerns beyond that issue, especially if this could be a pilot project that could lead to several more transfers of Upper Klamath rights to the refuge. And that's, there could be some additional controversy beyond that wet water issue.
And I think, as Meg stated earlier, that relates to the Water Resources Department's approval of that transfer, which is outside of our purview.
Kelly. Oh, Brian.
Just one other thing I wanted to add to that is Water Resources Department is being put in a really challenging position where they're evaluating a water right and the potential diminishing of that water right for the purpose of the temporary transfer. If and when when the adjudication is complete, there will have to be an evaluation. Does that diminishment of the water right continue permanently and could set a trend or a precedent for other water rights in the basin? And that is a very challenging topic and could lead to controversy and, I would imagine, further litigation.
Kelly?
Thanks, Kelly Coates for the record. So just for clarification, this would not be the first time that this in-stream lease has been leased. This has been done in the past for this specific location, or no, this is the first time?
The transfer started in year 2021, and so the first 2 years of the transfers have occurred, and the third year is happening right now. Okay. And so it's been underway for 2 years.
And that was funded separately outside of OWEB, that
Correct.
Transfer?
Correct. Those first 2 years, the California Waterfowl Association was able to secure funding from California Department of Fish and Game to, I believe it was $400,000 or $500,000, and then private donations to the California Waterfowl Association covered the balance of that $900,000 they've already secured, either $400,000 or $500,000.
Okay, thank you.
Meg, are you responding or another question? Okay, and then Bruce.
Sorry, I think, I don't want to be nitpicking, but I think precision is important on this one. This is, one of the unusual things is that this is not an in-stream lease. It's a transfer from one point to another for consumptive use. So I just want to make sure it still achieves the objectives kind of an in-stream lease, at least up in the upper part of the basin before the lakes and maybe in the lakes. It's kind of like an ancillary benefit that is not legally protected. I'm told that there's nobody diverting water between where the Wood and the Crooked, or between those points of diversion and where the lake, where the water body enters the lake. So as a practical matter, it's protected as a geographic matter, sort of. But anyway, I just wanted to clarify that on the record.
Thank you, Meg. Bruce.
Yeah, this question might be more for Mark. The ODFW operates a hatchery on Crooked Creek. And I'm just curious if they weighed in with any potential impact either on this project or pursuant projects. Does it affect this ODFW at all?
I'm not aware of any weigh-in at all, Bruce. So Brian, do you know?
Yes, as part of the review team process, there was input from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. They did not mention impacts to the hatchery on Crooked Creek, just talked about, the benefits that could be realized from the project, and yeah.
Sounds like my back, right? Any other questions, comments? Well, I get to make comment. There's a couple, as a landowner and rancher, there's a couple things I would say never, but you can't give up. And that's our water and my saddle. So for the Thomas Ranch to consider this for wildlife is big, and I want to acknowledge that. You know, I did a couple river projects, restoring river projects, and in my community and my peers, that wasn't highly acceptable at the time. And part of my reason was I wanted to model to my community that you could do that and still stay in business, with the hopes that other people would address their fears. So I heard in the public comment that more people might consider this option if it was possible for them to contribute water back. And you can only hope for that, but it's really scary. So to do that kind of thing, it's brave. I understand from the irrigators their concerns. I just think there's opportunity for win-win. It's never simple. Water's always important, but I support this project, and I think we have great review. We have good, I think the sideboards is the word, on this moving forward. And it's something in our future. This is going to continue to happen. So it's important to have the detail and the deep thought, and I appreciate everybody's comments and our public comment as well. So. Mark.
Well, so I just want to follow up just a little bit. When I did ask department staff whether they had any testimony related to anything on our agenda, and they said no, they did not. So I'm sure they saw this, and so I just want to make sure that that was on the record, that I did review that with all the testimony from all the agenda items, and staff had no recommendations. So with that, so Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion and modify it just a little bit to clarify.
Gary has a hand up first before you do, Mark.
Sorry, Gary.
Thank you.
Hi, Gary. Sorry I missed you. Please.
Okay, no, thanks. I just have a couple more questions here of Brian. Brian, because this is, I just want to kind of understand just what this is going to do. Because this is adjudicated water, and so I am taking that, it's not excess, and maybe all water in this whole climate system is adjudicated, but there would be an irrigation season. So when does that season start for that adjudicated water that can be applied to lands?
Are you talking about the water season for the Thomas Ranch or for the Klamath irrigation project?
Well, yeah, for that, I guess for that whole system. So because we're talking about Thomas Ranch water, it would be for the Thomas Ranch. If it's going to be purchased and moved down, that water is going to be applied to the Klamath. I would assume that would be able to be applied at the same date as what the Thomas Ranch would be applied. So in our area, we have an irrigation season. It might be different for over there, but it begins March 1st. And all water that comes down the system before March 1st is considered excess water, and everything after March 1st is considered water that's adjudicated for the irrigation season. And so so that's when you begin measuring and controlling that particular water. So I guess my question is, can this water be sent to the refuge any time of year, or is there particular dates that this water has to be held within in order to be delivered down to the refuge, and what are those dates, and how much water would actually be getting there?
Well, Gary, that's a great question. And unfortunately, I do not have my laptop in front of me where I did have my notes on that. And I'm trying to think through my calculations with the acre foot volume per year, but I do not have the answer for the dates of that. But I do know that as the water has been transferred over the last 2 years, that water has been transferred during the irrigation season. And I also want to state I am not a water law expert. I'm not a water rights attorney, and there are certainly some details that still need to be worked out on this project that have been raised today, both by public commenters and by some of the questions that have come up by the board. But that, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Meg, and then Chris, please.
I was just going to say, I think the Thomas water right is from April 1st to October 1st.
Okay,
So
great.
that's what would transfer for use in the refuge.
Okay.
Brian, I don't think this has come up yet in our discussion, but I'm trying to understand the importance of making this decision to fund today versus a future board meeting or another application process. Given the number of concerns that seem to be balanced with the strengths of the proposal, as well, looking at the application evaluation here. So just wondering, with the two conditions that that you've initially laid out, and then the third with the consumptive use study, the advantages of essentially voting on that today versus a future date. Can you speak to the timing criticalness?
Yeah. Chris, thanks for the question. I think what I would say to that, and this is applicable, I think, across the board in our grant agreements. Agreements have a beginning date and an end date. And of course, they've got to satisfy the conditions of the grant agreement to be eligible to get reimbursement. And so we would have an end date on this grant agreement, and we would look at progress during that time period. And as we approach the end date, if it seems that those studies get bogged down, I think we get to the end of the grant agreement and it ends without expending any funds. And that is the kind of the protection we have on that uncertainty. And that's not just on this grant agreement, that this applies frequently in restoration projects as well. And I think given that the timeline for the things that the conditions are dependent upon, we're not talking about the timeline that, like the adjudication timeline, which Brian talked about, decades. We're not talking about that, or else, yeah, I don't think we'd want to go forward. But given that, the consumptive use study is at least in progress, of those Brian noted temporarily, the person involved was pulled off. It's in motion for those. So to us, I think it felt like these actions were imminent enough that we could capture this in a grant agreement today and go forward. However, fully understand if there are concerns about timeline and a desire to wait, that's certainly understandable given the complexities here.
Bruce.
Yeah, Chris, I really appreciate that question. And it's a question that plagued me at the beginning, early on, as I came on the OWEB board, and how I resolved that was that our staff makes an incredible investment. First off, we have times certain openings for certain grants, and that's one aspect. The second is the amount of time that the staff puts into evaluation, and if it's a no-go, then you want to stop it as soon as possible to stop the amount of investment that OWEB is making it. And for at least, a vote like today, a vote on this is a proceed with condition. So it's with what we've heard so far, okay, or I'm not okay, or I'm okay, but the conditionality, the conditions that are stated become paramount to, I think, a lot of our votes, pro or yay or nay. So anyway, great question, and it's something that you're going to go, why would we don't know enough to vote on it quite yet, so, but why are we voting on it? And you'll ask that again.
Brian?
Yeah, I also wanted to respond to Chris's question, and I certainly would have been much more comfortable, as part of the OWEB staff working on this project, coming in with more information to back up a recommendation to fund. There's, as I said at the beginning, there's a lot of gray area associated with this project, and there's certainly been many other types of projects that are brought to the OWEB board and are sent back a response, provide more information, and we can reevaluate this project in a future grant solicitation. And I think that certainly could be an option you all could consider. It is a rather large investment. There's a lot of controversy associated with it. Having more knowledge about what that OWEB investment is would help inform, is this the best way to spend the finite amount of water acquisition dollars we have right now? There could be clear, more concise projects in the future where we know we're going to see that water in stream and protected without the unknowns associated with the adjudication, without some of the evaluation issues that still need to occur, and the timing coordination with a funding partner. So I think that that's something you all should consider.
Thank you.
Jamie.
Thank you for those comments, and that bigger picture is why I asked us to have that conversation once we've talked about this project. I think to your point, this is a controversial area, and water in this area, water rights and water consideration is very controversial. That will be true whether we're having a conversation today, whether we're having a conversation 3 months or 3 years. That's going to be a fact. I think the thing that really strikes me about this project is, one, we are being asked to fill a gap, and there's been an incredible sense of urgency and in crisis that the mission of our organization is challenged to fund. And I think that's what staff has laid before us now. And so I appreciate that consideration of, let's look at this bigger picture. That's kind of the conversation I wanted to have about the process piece around that. But to this specific project, I think the case has been made. I think the timeliness is there. And I think that the urgency is there for this specific investment.
Are
you ready for a motion?
Yes, the chair would entertain a motion.
I'll give this a try. And so I'm modifying the motion just a little bit. And what I'll do is I'll emphasize the changes for the motion with raising my voice. So I move that the board award funding for the 2 watershed acquisition grants as specified in Table 1 of the staff report, including the conditions identified in the staff report, with an award date of July 26, 2023. So if there's a second, I'll address those.
May I ask a clarifying question? Did you want to add the condition of approval that was verbally provided? It's not written in the staff report, but that was verbally provided about the wet water condition? The consumptive use, yeah. And if staff, if you could restate that recommended condition of approval, and I would respectfully request that we include that.
That's already identified in the conditions, right?
No, there was a third condition associated with the Wood River proposal, and that third funding condition would be: funding shall be informed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation consumptive use study of the Thomas Ranch water claim to ensure purchase of only wet water.
Thank you. Add that in. Thank you, Jamie.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
So the thinking is that and Bruce raises good points and others raise good points about the chicken and egg thing. And do we move or do we wait? Do we wait for somebody else to move the process and then we come back? I think what we're doing is saying that we support this project given these conditions that we just mentioned, and that staff will monitor this as we move through this to make sure that we've done due diligence to it. And I really appreciate all the testimony that we've had today, both pro and con, in moving this forward. But I think it's in our best interest to move this forward at this point in time.
Thank you, Mark. Any other? Meg?
Comment. I'm very interested in where this lands after the conditions are met. And I wonder if we could get a report back at some point, because it might help inform what we do going forward. Thanks.
Eric and Brian, did you hear that request?
I'm sorry, no, I did not.
Well, I was just saying that I was really interested in where this lands. In other words, how the conditions play out and what we end up doing, actually awarding and why. And so if we could get a report back on that when we have it. I mean, not out of, whenever, at a meeting, at our next meeting. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion.
Me.
Oh, Gary's opposed. Okay, one opposed. Thank you. Motion passes.
I just want to say, Brian, that was an amazing presentation. I mean, that was a very complex project, and it made us all understand it. So thank you.
Yes.
Well, there's still portions that I don't understand, but I do want to give credit to Linda, our outreach and graphics guru on OWEB staff, who helped with the visualization pieces.
And I'd like to commend the board. I extended the agenda. Nobody made faces at me. This was really important conversation, but we're going to take a break now. Okay. Oh, Jamie, please. Just a minute, hold.
There were some process questions, and I'd asked yesterday, and you asked me to postpone to this portion. I think on water acquisitions, because of the vast need, the limited resources, I think there's some considerations and potential not the best practices, but potential guidelines or extra consideration we might put around. This is also something actually that can be referred to the Water and Climate Committee to come up with recommendations and bring back to the board. But one of the specific ideas that I wanted to present the board to discuss, and again, we can do this later, is things like targeting geographic areas of concern for OWEB water acquisitions, because areas like the Klamath are incredibly complex. There are certain parts of the states that have that higher complexity. So I would like us at some point to have that conversation, but if appropriate, we can refer it to committee and bring it back.
Thank you. I apologize. I didn't really understand what you were asking, and I do now. I appreciate that, Jamie.
Well, and that's why when we were talking about overall allocations yesterday, I thought that's why I was asking if that was better to have it in that context, because it was a consideration of both how much, but also how we allocate funds. But it's that bigger conversation. Actually, even to Chris's question, it came to that timing. There's a lot of those criteria that I think we should be considering, because that helps to provide some guidance to staff as well.
Could I just weigh in on that?
Of course.
In terms of stream flow priorities across the state, which is part of, I think, your question, Jamie, ODFW has taken on the role of identifying stream flow priorities around the state, and that is actually written into our water acquisition rules that ODFW, as part of our review process, provides that technical review of an application and how it relates to stream flow priorities in the state.
And thank you for that. But one of the overarching concerns of this is we have a very limited bucket of money to spend on this. And I want to make sure that we don't get 5 or 10 years down the road and and look back and say, okay, it's not that those were bad projects, but why were we prioritizing those things when this was the bigger picture issue? And I'm sure there's some consideration of that through the process, but I'm not seeing that at this level. We're appropriating our limited funds. And so that's part of that conversation that I like to see us have, and either prioritize regions or think about making sure that we don't have regrets down the road. Again, these are all good projects, but when we look at, we respond to the projects brought before us, and there are minimum standards they met. So to Mark's point, 2 out of the 4 met them, to have that conversation today. But if we were to look at what we anticipate coming down the pike, and then also what we've done before, if we looked at all those projects, we may look back and say, again, that, a project that we funded, it wasn't a good project, but it really didn't raise the level of urgency that other projects might when we have no more money. That's my concern.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only other point I'd make is that with the $10 million allocation in general fund money that we receive for this, that is more money than we spent in the history of the water acquisition program. And so we're at a kind of a different scale here in terms of available resources, but totally agree. We've got to be paying attention to what are the priority issues.
Could I ask, Jamie, could this come to the water committee? Yeah, and then bring it back to the board, and there may be an extended spot on the agenda to have that conversation. So I apologize for an early release, but now we're going to have a 15-minute break, stretch and go.
I know, it was funny.
That's okay. Thank you. Okay, everybody, hate to end your good conversations, but we have work to do. Come on back. Everybody find your way back to the seats. Not sure if you know this about me, but I'm impossible to ignore. Thank you.
Welcome back from break, everybody. So we are now on agenda item L, and we're going to call Eric Williams and Kathy up to give us Small Grant 101. Thank you.
Good morning, co-chairs. Is it on? Boyer and McAllister, and members of the board.
I think this one's, oh, it's not very loud.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, I'm Kathy Leopold, OWEB Small Grant Program Coordinator, and I'm here today to provide information on that program. Quick overview, the Small Grant Program is an easy to engage in offering, awarding grants of up to $15,000 for those smaller, simpler, on-the-ground restoration projects using tried and true techniques to address existing watershed concerns. Next slide, please. So as a little background, in 1999, OWEB received a budget note from the legislature directing the agency to investigate the development of a county-based program to fund conservation practices on land in agriculture, timber, urban, and other uses to users which contribute to water quality improvements, water savings, soil erosion control, vegetative habitat and riparian improvements, and other processes related to the implementation of the Clean Water Act and the Oregon Plan. Around that same time, OWEB was looking for ways to be more responsive to small, straightforward restoration applications that weren't necessarily faring well in the regular grant programs ranking processes. So in response to both these ideas, the OWEB board authorized in September of 2000 the formation of a subcommittee to provide guidance for developing a small grant program. In January of 2002, the board adopted administrative rules for the small grant program, and the first projects were awarded shortly after that. Periodic rule review has been undertaken as staff continued to seek ways to streamline and improve the program. The most recent update was completed in 2018, and later today you'll hear a request to begin that process again. Next slide, please. So as you can see from this slide of the small grant areas, the small grant program's reach is statewide. In establishing the 28 small grant areas around the state, the board created an opportunity for a locally driven program in each area. The boundaries for the 28 areas in which a small grant team may form were set with consideration of hydrologic boundaries, existing watershed restoration partnerships, and similarities in resource concerns. Next slide. So the small grant team is a real strength of the program. Comprised of representatives from watershed councils, soil and water conservation districts, and tribes working within a small grant area, teams form to recommend funding for watershed restoration projects. An important item to note here is that no small grant program funding is directed to support the small grant team activities. It's a voluntary endeavor by these councils, districts, and tribes working in an area. So each biennium, when the board approves funding for the program, these local partners come together to form a small grant team. One team may form in each area. All watershed councils, soil and water conservation districts, and tribes working within a small grant area must be invited in writing to participate on the team. Participation is voluntary, of course, but all must be invited. Further, Teams must have at least one participating representative from a watershed council and one from a soil and water conservation district. Of course, watershed councils, soil and water conservation districts, and tribes may participate on more than one small grant team if the working area falls within more than one small grant area. In an effort to reduce administrative burden on teams and to ensure that all membership eligible organizations are invited to participate, OWEB provides a list of eligible grantee organizations within each small area. The councils and districts on this required invitee list are determined with the assistance of OWEB's GIS specialist, Paula Wills, who maps all the council and district boundaries overlaid with the small grant areas to determine which groups are working where. The eligible tribal organizations for each small grant area were determined in conversations with all 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon, as well as the Nez Perce tribe. OWEB tribal liaison Ken Fecho was instrumental in coordinating those conversations and finalizing the ultimate tribal component of the required invitee list. So small grant teams begin the biennium by adopting operating procedures and bylaws, which formalize how the team will conduct business and make decisions over the biennium. This represents the bulk of the application for team funding. OWEB provides a form which outlines the acceptable process choices and defines the required administrative roles. Teams then choose what works best for their members from that list. The team's operating procedures and bylaws set application windows or cycles for the biennium. These by rule are at least 2-week windows occurring at least 4 times per fiscal year. The bylaws outline the team's administrative functions as well. Member participation requirements, specifics on how the applications will be reviewed, and the parameters for funding recommendation, voting, among other things. The operating procedures and bylaws are also where the team defines its restoration priorities for the biennium. In identifying priority watershed concerns, the small grant team considers information on current information on the condition of the watershed and its limiting factors to support native fish and to meet water quality standards. On an even finer scale, the team selects eligible project types most likely to effectively address the adopted watershed priorities. Here again, this is completed using an OWEB-provided list of the rule-defined eligible project types. The final component of the team application is the application evaluation worksheet. This is the form that will be used to review each submitted application that the small grant team receives. OWEB provides minimum review criteria, but teams may add additional items to the form that they deem important to a robust review of the project. Though team membership is limited to councils, districts, and tribes, OWEB encourages teams to engage with local, regional, and federal natural resource agencies and organizations to assist in selecting the eligible project types and providing input on individual application review. Once the small grant teams submit their operating procedures and bylaws with all the required attachments, and provided that all members of the team are up to date on all OWEB grant requirement, all their other OWEB grant requirements, we will issue the small grant team award. Traditionally, the board has allocated $2.8 million to the program, which lets us allocate $100,000 to each team. Small grant teams, or a subset of the group identified as an application review committee, review submitted applications using the adopted evaluation worksheet as a guide. This peer review process helps ensure that projects are sound and fit the priorities set by the team. And it encourages partnerships between the organizations as local expertise and experience is shared. Reviewers then vote to recommend the project to OWEB for funding or to deny that recommendation. The small grant team drafts a grant agreement for recommended projects from a provided template and gathers signatures and submits to OWEB for the final compliance review and signature if appropriate. At the close of the biennium, a small grant team biennial report must be submitted. This report captures the team's project funding results as well as discussion of their experiences over the biennium. Next slide, please. So moving on to small grant projects, I'll start with a few basic facts. Small grant projects may request up to $15,000 in OWEB funding for rule-defined eligible on-the-ground activities. Projects must cite and use technical guidance from at least one of the sources approved by OWEB. Projects must be completed within 2 years of the small grant team recommendation. Projects are allowed only 2 payment requests and come with 2 reporting requirements, one at project completion and then a status report at 2 years following completion. So these again are these simpler, smaller projects that can be completed quickly and move through the process. A small grant applicant may be a tribe, watershed council, or soil and water conservation district. These entities act on behalf of landowners to apply for and shepherd the project through OWEB processes. These eligible applicant organizations have a familiarity with the small grant team's priorities and strategic focus for the biennium and the eligible project types offered through the program. They are well positioned in their communities to engage with landowners in identifying watershed health issues and choosing the appropriate techniques to treating the source of those issues. These groups have a familiarity with the required technical guidance source documents and permitting requirements as well. Also, these groups have procedures in place to fulfill OWEB's fiscal and reporting requirements. All these strengths increase the likelihood of successful implementation of a small grant project. So as I mentioned earlier, during the adoption of their operating procedures and bylaws, small grant teams prioritize watershed concerns for the biennium and determine eligible project types they will consider for the biennium. Those broad watershed categories are fish passage, urban impact reduction, in-stream, riparian, wetland, and upland process and function categories, along with water quality and quantity and irrigation efficiency and private road impact reduction categories. Within each of these overarching categories, rule further defines eligible project types. Next slide, please. We'll go through these kind of quickly. I didn't include examples of each category type, but this would be an example of the in-stream process and function category. Here you see the listed eligible project types there on the left, and a photo from a large wood placement project implemented by the Curry SWCD in Panther Creek in the Chetco watershed. I like this fun fact that over 1,100 log structures have been placed in streams through small grant projects over the life of the program. Next slide, please. And so in the fish passage priority concern, you can see the eligible project types there, and I've included photos from a culvert replacement on the right, where you can see the pre-project photo and then after the culvert was replaced, and a fish passage project on the lower left, which created a bypass around a nearly channel spanning barrier. Next slide. One of the other priority watershed concerns is urban impact reduction. These include projects like stormwater runoff treatment facilities. On this slide, you see 2 examples of structures installed in the Eugene area, both implemented by the Long Tom Watershed Council. These projects mitigate the impact of contaminated runoff from parking lots in urban areas. And the final example I've included is the riparian process and function category. Small grant 0220-002 was implemented by the Nestucca-Nescoin Watershed Council. Spanning approximately 2.2 acres, these plantings will improve impaired riparian condition to provide shade, habitat complexity, and erosion control benefits along this tidewater portion of the upper Nestucca River, addressing TMDLs for water temperature, TD, bacterial runoff and erosion, as well as providing for improved fish and wildlife habitat. And the fact here I thought was fairly impressive as well. More than 237 linear stream miles have received riparian planting treatments through small grant program funding. So as I mentioned, in the interest of time, I did not include all the examples of the eligible project concern categories, but the work implemented across the category types is truly impressive. These projects have a real ecological benefit while engaging a tremendous number of landowners in watershed improvement efforts. Over the life of the small grant program, more than 3,500 small grant projects have been awarded, directing more than $23 million towards restoration and uplift across the state. And that's what I have, and we entertain questions or discussion.
You want to go first, Director Hansen?
So I have a question for the board. We have guests here. We're running a little bit behind. Would we want to hold the questions for the small grants program till later and then accommodate for our guests that are here now? If that would work for the board and for staff. No, guests. At 10:20, we had the drought and fire presentations, and those are our invited guests, and we're running a little bit behind, and I'm just trying to be cognizant of their time to accommodate for that.
What's the board's? Kathy, are you all right with that?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
For the record, Renee Davis, I did check in with all of our drought and fire analysts and let them know we're running a little behind. They're set up in the back, working, listening. Okay. So to not interrupt Kathy's flow, okay. I would say go for it if you're so inclined.
Thank you. All right, Kelly.
Hi, Kelly Coates for the record. First of all, Kathy, it's nice to meet you in person instead of just over email about small grant stuff. So thank you so much for your presentation. I think that, and I'm biased, and I'm just going to put that out there, the tribe has participated on the Umpqua Small Grants team as well as the Rogue Small Grants team. And the small grants funding it's just a really fantastic tool in the toolbox for small restoration projects. Especially your example of riparian planting is one of the bigger things that these small grant funds go to. And they're extremely helpful. They can be really helpful for rounding out a larger project or just getting a smaller project done. And so it was just a great presentation and I really appreciate it. Kathy, thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen?
Yeah, I just have a question on the project types. And are they, I want to say, exclusively limited to action items, or is, when you talk about fish passage or something like that, is there room for stakeholder engagement and planning project to prepare for something, or is that possible under the project types? Is a broader interpretation?
Thanks for the question. As a component of a funded restoration project, some of the funds could be used for design, for example, or I think potentially some engagement activities, but primarily we do want those funds to go on the ground to the restoration activity.
So an exclusively planning, stakeholder engagement thing would not really be appropriate.
That's correct, would not be eligible.
And if I could add to that, Kathy talked early on about the history of the small grant program, and one of the points that she mentioned there is that there was noticeable lack of funding for these small projects in the open solicitation restoration category due to competition from larger projects. And as I talked yesterday a little bit about our stakeholder engagement offering, we don't really see that kind of competition forcing out smaller engagement projects. And so I don't think we have the same situation in terms of the need for the small grant program as we do in restoration.
Jamie?
Kathy, great job. And you spoke to this very well, so don't take this question. This is kind of an ongoing conversation the board's been having. So you spoke very well to the reason why the eligible applicants are limited to 3 points. I heard that point. But we've also, especially the reduction of other program, talked about how we're expanding opportunities to our non-traditional partners. And it seems like the small grants, there's very low risk, and it's the opportunity to be a project specific, so someone could step in and engage in it. So I just throw that out. And so this probably is more for Lisa or for Eric, because you did your job on this one, Kathy. But in terms of that bigger picture, is this being explored as one of those opportunities to expand outreach and engagement of non-traditional partners?
Yeah, thanks, Jamie, for the question. And Kathy and I and others have been talking about that as well. Later, we're going to ask the board for your authority to start a rulemaking process, as Kathy mentioned, to update the small grant rules. And I think that RAC process, which is a public process, is a good venue to have that conversation, to determine if there are changes that could be made to facilitate that kind of participation from parties that currently aren't eligible. So yeah, that's definitely on the radar.
I've got Bruce and then Liza Jane and then Ken.
So I'm going to pile on with Amy here. The I in DEI is inclusion, and at both levels of small grant project, it is exclusion. It is exclusively tribes, councils, districts on the team. I have less of a heartburn with that, although I would like to have that open enough that you could have other input from qualified people within one of the 28 regions. I think you could gain a great deal from that. Or heartburn with the exclusivity of the recipients. It's like these three groups, these three entities will populate the decision makers. The same three entities will populate the recipients. I could see community colleges across Oregon with certain of their classes looking at projects that would fit in with this. I can look at community organizations. I love the urban things. So as I want to applaud what you're talking about, looking at the rules. I think as we do that, we need to talk about what commitments we are making as an organization to DEI. Love the small grant category. I think it's a great framework. I was thinking when we were talking about decision making, who gets the grants, all the reasons that you enumerated. If you took that to the absurd, you would pick the very best person, most responsible person, and just give it all to them and let them do it, because they're the best at all those things. But we also want to expand that and teach people and teach groups and help people become competent at grant making and restoration projects, and opening it up within the small grant project area seems to me a good way to go. Thanks.
Thanks, Bruce. And just one more note to add on to that. Kathy pointed out that we provide no funds for the administration of these teams, and essentially the teams are doing technical review, which technical review, in my view, really is kind of the engine that makes OWEB go, right? It's what makes these projects successful. And in the small grants case, it isn't only the teams that does it, because Kathy also does technical review on the applications too. But it's something in that rulemaking process we'll want to discover or discuss, is how we can manage that increased participation in the context of our current setup, where no funds are provided. And so we may have to revisit that question too.
Liza Jane.
Thank you, Barbara. I just have a comment about small grants and why I think they're so important, and why our watershed councils are so important. Because as a private landowner, if I want to have beaver analogs along the river, then I go to the watershed council, and then I develop relationship there, because it's not a giant project, it's just 15,000 or less. And then as a board, we ask our councils to implement and prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion. So it's a good circle, and I think it works really well and meets a need. So thank you for your work on it.
Ann?
I'm not sure how relevant this is, but I thought earlier we heard from Jared during public comment period about healthy competition with small grants, but I didn't get the sense that, is there a lot of competition for this, or are we generally funding most of what's coming in?
There is competition, and it varies by region, of course, or by small grant area, of course. But not all grants are funded, and for various reasons. Like the teams run out of money, they use it all up. Other projects maybe aren't quite ready, but so not all are funded, and there is competition.
Okay, and just a note to the board, I really appreciated Jared's comment about healthy competition and how it leads to improvement and innovation among the work. And as a non-voting member, just observing, I see this board have a very challenging time saying no to projects, wanting to fund everything. And I ask you if that sort of takes away from that healthy competition that pushes people forward. Just a comment.
Thank you. Anybody else? I have a couple questions. I've sat on a small grant team before in my region, and we was real diverse. We had landowners on the review team. We had OSU students on our review team. So we, I think it's up to the small grant team to do that outreach, to get diversity in reviewing these applications. So I just wanted to throw that out there. One thing that, and I know we're gonna discuss forming a making on this, but one thing that did stand out to me in your presentation was there's definitely one watershed, one soil water conservation district, but then the tribes were just an invitee. So that I would like to see kind of changed. So that I caught that. And then I have a question. Have there been increases? I forget where it started and where it's at now. And I know it's at 100,000 now, but where did it start? Do you know?
To my knowledge, we started at the 2.8 million overall, 100,000 per team. We did increase the cap on a project grant in 2018.
Not the biennium funding.
That's correct. Yeah, maybe the first biennium we were a little bit lower, the very first, but then I think it's been 2.8 for the majority.
Okay, that's interesting. All right, that's what I have. Any other questions or comments?
Could I just add one thing about the tribal piece is in some teams, there is not a tribe that would work in that area based on those conversations we had. And so that we can require that there is at least one watershed council and one soil and water conservation district, but that wouldn't be able to be applied across the board.
Okay, thank you. That great clarity there, but something to look at, sure. Any other questions or comments? Good.
Just a follow-up question. That point's very well taken, but is that in the context of tribal property or a reservation area? Is that in the area of overlap with treaty rights? So all traditional, we don't have to get into the conversation now because we're going to, under our other, we're going to be touching on some of this, but I think that I look forward to that conversation as an organization because there are several ways to look at what that area, where those areas are.
Thank you. Director Hansen.
Great. Kathy, thank you for the presentation. This conversation really came to the agenda for this board meeting as follow-up from the April board meeting and some of the conversations about, do we have initial barriers for people for entry? It's not coincidence that given our schedule for rulemaking and revisiting rules, that small grants, we are asking for permission to move forward. That is not a coincidence in this. There are some of these questions that have been coming around, and I think the rulemaking process and those discussions, that is definitely the appropriate place to begin to explore some of these questions toward inclusion along the way. So thank you for all the questions, but there was by design a little bit of bringing this along so that we could have the conversations and have it reflect, again, more of the culture we're trying to promote within the board and our projects and inclusion.
All right, thank you very much. And yeah, like Lisa, like Director Hansen said, this was brought to us because of our conversation at this board level. So, I mean, I really commend staff for listening and bringing this forward to us today. It was educational.
Thank you. Okay, now we're at agenda item M. We're going to have a presentation on our drought and fire grant program. Renee and panel.
Just a second.
Just no rush, you're all right. Thank you for your patience with us this morning too.
Technical difficulties.
So co-chairs, if I may. I want to thank the panelists for your patience. We are running a little behind today, but I think there was some important conversations that we had this morning, and our schedules, we do the best we can in terms of trying to lay out adequate allotted time for each of the agenda items. Sometimes that's hard to anticipate how much conversation there will be. And so, again, I want to thank you for that. And sometimes we are going to run a little bit behind because conversations take a little bit longer to work through. So to the board as well and staff, thank you for your patience and accommodating a little bit of a change in our agenda.
All right, thanks for your patience. Co-chairs, members of the board, good morning. For the record, Renee Davis, Fire, Klamath, and Drought Programs Manager. I'm joined by our first panel. We'll have two panels this morning to walk you through agenda item M, which is focused on the post-fire recovery and drought relief grant programs that the agency has been administering for not quite 2 years. So we have an amazing set of local partners to talk with you specifically about their experiences in engaging in these programs, how the funding has helped them to recover from pretty serious disasters in their local communities and watersheds. So soon we'll turn it over to them. Just want to start though with a bit of orientation to remind the board about the funding. So first we'll start with an overview of the drought relief funding that we received. So during the second special session, late in 2021, the agency received just over $11.6 billion to administer multiple components of drought relief grant programs around the state and have some funding for program administration. So you can see there's ultimately 7 grant offerings that were developed per legislative direction. These are listed along with the funding amounts here on the screen. So really in total, the funds provided through the drought relief program supported a whole host of different activities around the state, including soil conservation practices, off-channel livestock watering to help protect riparian areas and water quality, irrigation modernization, and other drought relief and resilience actions. So Before we turn it over to local partners for both drought and fire, I do want to take a moment to recognize staff. So we have Heidi Hartman down at the end of the table. So Heidi is our remaining drought relief program specialist. We also had Amy Charette on staff. She now is our Region 6 Regional Program Rep. And we had Teresa DeBartoleben, who was on job rotation from Oregon Department of Agriculture. She's now back at ODA. This was a huge, huge undertaking for us to receive this funding. A lot of expectations, which I'm sure some of our local partners will talk with you about in terms of getting the programs scoped, stood up, and the funding out the door as soon as possible. And the team of drought relief staff did just an incredible job of working collaboratively with partners, problem solving on their feet, and in a very short amount of time administering 10 grant cycles. So just huge kudos to Heidi still, and also to Amy and Teresa. So we'll shift over to post-fire recovery, quick overview of that funding. So during the 2021 and 2022 legislative sessions, the agency received $25 million to support post-fire recovery around the state. So that's following on the impacts from the 2020 fire season, primarily the Labor Day fires in 2020, and then also 2021 fires, a whole host of fires also in that year, but with one primary example of bootleg, which was about 413,000 acres. So you hear a little bit about some of the recovery in different fire areas around the state. So you can see that we ultimately developed 5 grant offerings. There were 2 offerings under the Eugene Water and Electric Board, the OWEB funding that was provided to us. And I want to recognize Rachel Thompson, who will come up soon with the post-fire recovery panel. She is our single post-fire recovery program specialist. So she has done an amazing job of administering 12 grant cycles for $25 million. Again, really working collaboratively with local partners to make sure that as we're structuring these programs, aligned with legislative intent, but in ways that really can meet the needs of local partners on the ground who are working in areas that have just been absolutely devastated by fire impacts. So now for the main event, I want to provide this list of our panelists for today. So we'll start again with the drought panelists. Then we'll bring up our 3 panelists for post-fire recovery. A little bit of logistics. So each panelist will have 5 minutes for their presentation. They'll each go through that. We'll have about 5 minutes for drought-specific questions, so please hold questions until then. We'll do some musical chairs, have the post-fire recovery folks come up. Same situation, 5-minute presentations. We'll have 5 minutes for fire questions, and then we'll invite the whole crew up in case you just want to have a dialogue, talk with local partners about some of the neat outcomes from these very serious situations, but some of the amazing partnerships that developed for program implementation, some of the challenges they're continuing to see, and also any questions that you might have for staff. So with that, we'll turn it over to our drought panelists. So I want to get titles correct. We have Nell Scott, who's the Klamath Restoration Director for Trout Unlimited with us, Josh Bailey, General Manager for North Unit Irrigation District, and Jim Bond, Program Director with the Chutes River Conservancy. So with that, Nell, you want to take it away? Sure. Yep.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. And thanks so much to Renee for not only inviting us here, but also just being such an incredible communicator and manager for the last couple of years of these programs, especially through the recent legislative session and communicating really clearly about expectations for funding extensions and stuff. It's been really challenging, but it's made much better by the amount of communication and clear expectations that we've had throughout the process. So we really, really appreciate that. Go ahead and go to my first slide, I can't remember. So this is just quick overview of the Klamath Basin. The red square shows the upper basin, which is where this funding for the Klamath Off-Stream Watering grant was mostly directed. The background, I know a lot of you probably already know this, but the background with the Klamath area is that we have tribal in-stream water calls with the Klamath tribes have adjudicated in-stream water rights to time immemorial that in drought years, but also sometimes in wet years, they can basically virtually call all of the water rights, irrigation water rights in the upper Klamath Basin. And so that means that all of that water is kept in stream, which of course has important ecological benefits, but also has creates a lot of hardships for the irrigators who irrigate off of those streams. I think people are starting to, it's been about 5 or 6 years of these water calls, people are starting to get used to them and be able to anticipate them a little bit better. And also, I think are starting to accept that this is their reality moving into the future. People were very resistant against that at first, but it's still very difficult. And one of the sort of issues that has come out of this is that because people used to depend on having, this is mostly cattle ranches, irrigated pasture for cattle, they used to have irrigation ditches that were full of water that cattle could drink out of pretty much all summer long. With those irrigation ditches not flowing, the folks who live on river frontage are able to water their cattle out of the river. And so a lot of the riparian areas that we had previously protected were now getting hit really hard because that was the only way that irrigators could get water, drinking water for their cattle. So that's why we and a bunch of other groups and local entities work together to pressure the state to allocate some of this drought relief funding to an off-stream stockwater program for the Klamath specifically. Why don't you go to the next slide? And so this is just, my slides are kind of about our projects, but I guess I'm talking more about the program in general, but this is just a zoom in of the Upper Klamath Basin. You can kind of see, we tried to, this is just TU projects, and there were also other projects that Klamath Watershed Partnership and Soil and Water Conservation District did. So, but we all tried to really coordinate and group our projects in areas where there was really clear benefit to riparian areas that had been impacted heavily by grazing, and that it also had important resources that we wanted to protect within those riparian areas. You can imagine, like, once you put it out there, you know, everybody wants off-stream stockwater because it's reliable water, and it is hard to try to hone in on, like, well, how do we figure out how to prioritize people? So we did try to prioritize based on some of the ecological resources that we had in those streams, and also the potential for how hammered are they going to get if we don't have these off-stream watering. So I'm just going to focus in on this little group of wells up near Bly on Deming Creek. You can go forward. And this is just a map. The orange shows the landowner and the tax lot that this landowner has. And it's a little hard to see on the satellite imagery, but basically the wells kind of go along these various sections of Deming Creek, which is a really important creek for native red band trout, bull trout, as well as provides a lot of riparian area and wet meadow area. There's a lot of beaver activity on Deming Creek. And these pastures have basically been completely dry since water calls started in around 2016, 17. And so we were able to get 3 wells in along Deming Creek, along this property. In terms of thinking about priorities, this Deming Creek is a creek where TU and other organizations have been working for a long time, over a decade. I'm sure there's OWEB investment in that creek in the past. There's been NRCS investment, a lot of Fish and Wildlife Service investment. And so really using this opportunity to protect that investment. Most of the projects that TU specifically worked on for this grant program were areas that already had riparian fencing. We knew that if we didn't get them off-stream water, that riparian fencing was basically going to be meaningless because they were just going to open up the gates and let their cows into the river to drink. Okay. And then also, you know, by giving them off-stream water, it really allows people to utilize the forage that they have and the feed that they have. With these unirrigated pastures, they can sometimes be pretty light on forage. But if the cows have access to the river, a lot of times they just don't want to leave the river because the forage away from the river is not all that great. And so being able to put in some off-stream water a little bit away from the river and keep them off that river corridor allows them to really utilize that feed better. So we really see this as kind of a win-win for everybody. Oh, and then just some metrics, 2.5 stream miles, 125 riparian acres, and then 540 acres of pasture with reliable stock water. And so these are kind of repeated in a lot of different projects throughout the Klamath Basin. Lastly, just really appreciate the amount of staff time that, as Renee said, went into developing these grant programs, you guys were hit with a ton of money, and the fact that you were able to turn it around so quickly and also incorporate feedback from us and other partners into the grant program and application process made it so that the whole thing was way easier than it would have been without that communication. So I think that's probably 5 minutes, but really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you here. Thanks. No,
More pictures from Nell.
Forgot that I have more slides. It doesn't matter.
All right, so now we'll turn it over to Josh.
Good morning, Josh Bailey, General Manager of North Unity Irrigation District. Next slide, please. North Unity Irrigation District is the second largest irrigation district in the state of Oregon. We're the largest irrigation district in Central Oregon, comprising of roughly 59,000 irrigated acres. We have roughly 952 accounts. Our irrigation season goes from April 1st to October 31st. And we have a 300-mile system that originates at Wickiup Reservoir and terminates just south of the Deschutes River. On average, in a good water year, we divert roughly 186,606 acre feet of water, and we lose roughly 37% of our water due to absorption, transevaporation, those kind of things. Next slide, please. North Unity Irrigation District is one of the leaders, not only in the state, but the nation in irrigation modernization projects. And the primary driver for that is because we are a junior water right holder in Central Oregon. And there are 8 irrigation districts that comprise Central Oregon irrigators, and we are the junior water right holder. We are solely on storage out of Wickiup Reservoir. And as you know, the last 4 years of extreme drought have hit our patrons really hard, so much so that their allotment was last year historic low, less than 6 inches allotment. And what that means for our patrons is up to 60% of fallowed ground. And so these irrigation modernization projects that we do, not only in our district, but in other neighboring districts, i.e. Arnold, Tumalo, COID, those districts are critical for us and for our survivability. So the current project that we have a watershed plan approved and authorized, I should say, is a 27.5 mile project. There it kind of originates near Haystack Reservoir, which is our re-regulating reservoir. We will be constructing 4,000 cubic yard retention ponds at the end of the pipeline to be able to drain and winterize the project. We'll be upgrading the turnouts and installing multiple pressure reducing stations along the project. So this pipeline, once completed, will provide pressurized water to our patrons, and thereby eliminating pumping costs, and also it'll be a 100% efficient system because there will be 0 losses. Next slide, please. So again, improving water conservation, improving water supply management and deliverability and reliability, reduce irrigation return flows, and address water quality concerns, and reduce district operation and maintenance costs. Next slide. So the project is primarily funded through the federal PL 566 program, and we are authorized to $25 million for this program. And part of the stipulation for the funding that we have received is match funding. And so our match requirement is roughly $8.5 million. And we typically get match funding through multiple sources, primarily state. So it would be OWEB, OWRD, state lottery bond, and then in-kind services, which would be our crews going out and physically installing the pipeline. Next slide, please. So this particular project for us, again, would improve water deliverability and reliability. We would save up to 6,000, just under 6,100 acre feet of water throughout the year. reduce agricultural production damages arising from water shortages, and reduce risk to public safety. Okay, next slide. So that is it. I would like to use the last minute of my time to highlight the importance of the OWEB funding for not only North Unit, but the Deschutes Basin. Again, 8 irrigation districts comprise the Deschutes Basin. We are covered by what we call the Deschutes Basin Board of Control, and North Unit Irrigation District, amongst the DBC partners, have instituted a habitat conservation plan to ultimately restore flows in the upper Deschutes River. And our survivability is contingent on other irrigation districts modernizing their systems and us modernizing our system. And so it's imperative for us not only to keep the federal funding coming, but also the state match to be able to come in so we can put these projects into play. So with that, a lot more I could talk about, but if you have any questions, happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. We'll go to Jim next.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Jim Bond. I'm the program director for the Deschutes River Conservancy. Just as a little background for our organization, the Deschutes River Conservancy is a small nonprofit dedicated to restoring stream flow and improving water quality throughout the Deschutes Basin. Since 1996, we've been hard at work building strong collaborative partnerships and implementing innovative solutions to highly challenging water issues. Our work is truly basin-wide, and our goal is to have better, healthy rivers in a thriving region for generations to come. And that vision isn't specific to one single outcome or one single benefactor. Rather, we are working to balance water availability and reliability for agriculture, communities, and the environment. Next slide. So in the context of drought, we know that water is a limited resource, and we know that drought amplifies and underscores the scarcity of water. But the scarcity of water is not simply a function of rainfall and snowpack. The scarcity of water is also constrained and defined by the systems by which we move water and how we manage water in a basin. To be resilient means to be flexible and adaptable. So one of the things that the Deschutes River Conservancy is really working toward is finding solutions to provide that flexibility and adaptability so that we can better distribute water and use water to meet all of the goals of a particular basin. So we employ highly innovative projects that are flexible. We approach things through voluntary solutions. We try to develop voluntary participation in programs. And so the project that we wanted to speak about today is specifically kind of addressing those things. And I'm glad Josh is here too, because he helped provide a nice kind of precursor to just explaining the basin and the challenges with multiple irrigation districts and multiple water users throughout the basin. So I just have this map up here to help illustrate kind of the scope and scale of the basin and the size of the different irrigation districts that are here managing and moving water around. Next slide. So effectively, our project in trying to find that flexibility is we've worked to establish a pilot water bank. And so what that means is effectively that users from one district can opt to potentially not use the water that they would otherwise use and put that water back into a bank. And that water bank then makes the water available for other districts and other water users in the basin. And so the pilot bank that we've established is really kind of a modest trial period, but it was working with the Central Oregon Irrigation District and North Unit Irrigation District to explore the opportunities and kind of how we would establish these sorts of transactions and opportunities to move water around. The funding that we received from OWEB helped support the DRC and our partners' capacity and time, the transaction costs, including outreach and education for promoting the program, and then in addition, kind of helping complement some of the other supporting tools that the basin needs to better manage and move water around. Next slide. So the initial outcome for this is that we have had a successful pilot, and it's very modest, but in fact, it has proven the concept that this is something that can work. Of course, it's highly complicated. We can get into the details later, but we have had 2 years now of small transfers of water users from COID putting their water quantities into the bank and then allowing that to be available for North Unit. North Unit pays into the bank. They receive the ability to get that water that's in the bank, and then the benefit is extended into the later season when a portion of the quantity of the water that was put into the bank is then released in the winter to help contribute additional flows for fish and the environment when the upper Deschutes is particularly low. Thank you. Next slide. So I think it's a very exciting, and there's a ton of potential with this concept, and we're starting to continue to build on the lessons that we've been learning through this and working closely with all of the different irrigation districts and the different partners to help increase and expand the potential capacity for this. So that is, of course, one of the main things that we're going to be working on moving forward, is looking at how do we continue to build this up and build this out. As Josh mentioned, there's a lot of different pieces at play that help make something like this viable. And so it's not just simply having this opportunity for the bank. You have to make water available, and making that water available in part is through all of the irrigation improvements, right? So as I spoke earlier, we're confined by kind of these systems that create this extra level of scarcity, and that's the network, and that's also the legal institutions behind this stuff. And so we're trying to work with our partners to bring funding in to improve those systems, improve that flexibility, and then open up more and more opportunities so that we can move water more flexibly and meet all of these different needs that we have. And I think I just want to throw one more comment, well, maybe two. One more comment. We all were out at White's Creek the other day, and I think it was very impressive, and I know many of you have commented on that, and I think one of the things to me that really resonates is that it's all of these different tools in the toolbox that are coming together and working in unison. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of collaboration, but in White's Creek, we saw restoration on the ground, but that restoration also doesn't mean much if you don't have water in the stream. And so through a lot of these different efforts, we've been able to help secure that water in the stream to see the restoration come into play. And I would just highlight that the work that North Unity is doing, the work that Central Oregon Irrigation District and all the different members of the Deschutes Basin Board of Control and all of our different partners here are all coming together to find and implement as many tools as we can to bring this basin back to a much healthier state. So I really appreciate your time. I'll also just note that I've been the program director for all of 3 months. So I'm new to both Oregon and the Deschutes River Conservancy, but I'm really thrilled to be here and working in this space and working with all of you, and the collaboration that is across the basin and across the state is just tremendous. And I really thank you for helping support so much of that.
Thanks to all three of our presenters and to Heidi for helping keep time during the discussion. So we have about 5 minutes for any drought-specific questions you have. Amazing partnerships were touched on during the presentation, so if you have any questions about how things are working or any lessons learned, go for it.
Go ahead, Liz.
I just a comment, not a question, but I really love how you modeled this whole piece about using all the tools and bringing that up. And, and really focused on the win-win situations here in this very short time. So thank you.
Jamie?
Also, to make a comment, so we just had a conversation about the Klamath area and the tremendous conflict. Central Oregon has been on the verge of that for the last couple of years. And this is such a modest crowd because the work they are doing, Josh, your predecessor, working with him, I remember a meeting at the Redmond Fairground a couple of years ago where things were about to explode and we were on the verge in Central Oregon of a Klamath level conflict. And so Renee, you and the team stepping in and helping out on this, but Josh, also really appreciate you mentioning the HMP. That's part of the complexity, but this project helps to address that. Jim, the water bank pilot project you're working on, Josh's predecessor worked on that. We worked a couple of years ago and it was so tough and it seemed impossible for a period of time. And so the small steps that we're taking are huge. But the work that these folks are doing is preventing Central Oregon from becoming Klamath. We're facing drought, we're facing the challenges. I was gonna actually ask Josh about what percentage of the world's market that Jefferson County produces in terms of carrot seed, but if you wanna answer that, go ahead. But just really they're incredibly modest about what is dramatic work happening here in Central Oregon, and just very personally as a Central Oregonian, I'm so grateful, so thank you.
Do you have that carrot number?
I do. So North Unit Irrigation District, I mentioned we have roughly 952 accounts that cover the 60,000 acres. And so what that means is majority of our account holders are large acreage. And so I don't want to say we do commercial farming because it's all mom and pops. There's no large industrial ag in there necessarily. But from Jefferson County, we produce half of the world's carrot seed. And so if you buy a carrot anywhere in the world, there's a 50% chance that it comes from Jefferson County. Wow. And not only that, and that's one of the big ones, and the reason why we produce so much carrot seed is, number one, it's a high dollar crop that you can grow with a little bit of water. And our farmers, out of necessity, have developed means to be able to grow these carrot seed using drip irrigation. And as I mentioned in my presentation about efficiency, now we're efficient because we have to be, because we're the junior water right holder, and that has been absolutely exacerbated these last number of years during the drought.
Thank you. Dan and then Lisa.
I had a question regarding the wells for providing cattle water. How is that how is drilling a well versus off-channel watering balanced out with water table issues, groundwater table issues versus surface water issues?
Yeah, so the main way that we're handling that is that the volumes coming out for stockwater wells are very small. And so in Oregon, stockwater use is an exempt use, so you don't need a water right for it. And that's a reflection of the fact that it doesn't take very much water out of the system. There's a lot of places where it would be great if we could just be pulling, it would be cheaper and easier if we could just be pulling water straight from the river with a pump into a trough. But even though stockwater use is exempt from a water right, it doesn't mean that it's exempt from getting called by a senior user downstream who's claiming harm from that water right. So I realize that it's a weird distinction between direct surface water pulls and taking groundwater and assuming that doesn't have an effect on surface water at all. But the Water Resources Department has decided that stockwater use is a small enough use that if you're putting in a groundwater well, that generally is exempt from water right and also can't get called by a surface water call. We talked a lot with the OWEB staff as they were developing the grant application to figure out what restrictions do we need to put in here to make sure that any concerns regarding potential like overuse of groundwater would be addressed up front so that we wouldn't get in trouble later with people being frustrated with the amount of wells getting put in and stuff like that. So we have totalizing flow meters on every well so that we can report the actual amount of water use. We have automatic shutoff valve on all the tanks and troughs so that there's no overflow that is going into the pasture. You can't pump into, this is actually water resources, this is in state rules, but you can't pump into an open ditch system at all. You have to pump into a closed system. And then you're not allowed to use the water for any unapproved uses like irrigation or domestic use or anything like that. It also would be very obvious if anybody was cheating because would have green grass around their well. So it's a hard thing to hide if you were to cheat. But I think putting in all those expectations up front has really helped with just showing the landowners, hey, this is what's expected of you. There's a lot of public money going into this, and this has to be done right. And then it also shows partners and funders and other folks who might be resistant to putting in more wells that this program is being controlled, and I think so far it's been really successful. The one worry that a couple landowners had that I hadn't thought of is that for a couple of the wells that are a little bit more remote is that somebody could come and siphon water out of the tank for illegal pot grows on a adjacent parcel. So we're hoping that if there was to be anything like that, that it would show up in the totalizing flow meter. Like if we're seeing, if they have 40 cows out there and we're seeing the tank just get drained and we're using a ton of water, that'll be something that we'll have to address in the future. I think for the most part, most of the properties that we're working on are, there's no access to the public, but there are a couple wells that we're definitely going to keep an eye on just in case.
May I check the disposition of the board? So we had protected time at the end for a full dialogue. Would you prefer to have time for a few more questions with the Drought folks? We can shorten up the time at the end, but we'll need to move to the fire panel soon. I see Gary had his hand up.
I'd love to hear from Gary, and then we'll do that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. No, just a short question here. Thanks for the presentation on the this whole program, and now for you to explain clearly what the stock water situation is, similar to domestic wells, maybe even sometimes less water use out of the aquifer than our so not even comparable to irrigation systems. Josh, had a question for you. You mentioned several times that this was junior, you have junior water rights. I just want to know who senior is on that whole system over there.
Yes, good question. The most senior diverter is Swally Irrigation, and then it goes to CYD, and then Tumalo, Arnold, CYD, Lone Pine, Tumalo, and then Arnold, and then lastly North Unit. And just for the record, North Unit is not the only one that's suffering from the drought. Arnold Irrigation District, they're scheduled to be shutting off for the season at the end of the month.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
You're pretty junior. Yep, thank you.
Right, so thanks to the.
Mark has a comment. Go ahead.
Just kind of summarize. I know some of this stuff is sometimes very controversial, personal, and I just want to say thank you for working together and collaboration and building relationships. And I know it's difficult. Water's tough. Climate change is tough. And the only way we're going to get through all of this is to continue to work together to try to address each concern that each has in a collaborative way that benefits each of your interest groups. So I thank you for continuing to push for that, even though I know sometimes it's really tough because your 900 patrons are probably all have different opinions on things, and the Oregon Trout and others are, pushing certain things, but continue to work together, continue to build those relationships, and we'll all come out better for that. So thank you for your presentation.
Great, thanks for the excellent questions. So we'll have the.
Renee, we've got one more request for clarity, but remember, we'll all have a chance.
It's not any questions, just a clarity. Josh, you said, so this project, you were 37% evaporation, and with the project, did you say 0?
Once the system is piped, it'll be a closed system, meaning no water will be going out of it. And so the only water that's going in will be going directly on farm.
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, Renee.
All right, thank you, co-chair. All right, so thanks to our drought presenters. We'll ask the fire crew to come up, including Rachel. Thank you, Linda. So Brian, Leanne, Jared. Yep, perfect. Okay. So quick introductions here. We have Brian Barr, who's the Executive Director of the Rogue River Watershed Council. I think the council was mentioned yesterday during council capacity, the merger.
I hope it was charitable.
Multiple years ago, it was great. Leanne Vredenberg, who's a project manager with Klamath Watershed Partnership, and Jared Waybright, who's the Executive Director of the Mackenzie Watershed Council. So we'll start off with Brian. But I've made an error. Just one moment, please.
That you're allowed one a year. I'm sure that was it.
I'm so far beyond that.
I get 3, so I'm going to use them all right now.
I bought the bonus pack myself.
Brilliant. Okay. What does that run?
It doesn't matter, I just paid.
It doesn't matter, no matter the price tag.
All right, you're all set.
Okay, really, that was my first slide?
Yep.
Okay, let's move right past it.
Okay.
So I'm going to assume you all remember where Medford was based on the the first slide that Nell had. The metropolis so important that on a Klamath related presentation, Medford made the map along with Eureka and Crescent City and Reading. And I know that you all remember September of 2020, the Alameda Drive fire. I think the word drive was put in the name of that fire to drive home the point that an unhealthy watershed leads to unhealthy community situation, right? So that fire, if you don't recall, burned roughly 10 miles from the north end of Ashland to the south end of Medford. Within the fire footprint, there were roughly 300 acres of riparian area that burned. Within that riparian forest fire, about 95% of the overstory trees and essentially 100% of the understory burned. Most of that understory was non-native Armenian or Himalayan blackberry. There were incredible impacts to water quality that of course affected the stream and the wildlife that depend on the stream, but also impacted drinking water for the towns of Gold Hill, Rogue River, and Grants Pass. So here is a picture of what we're calling Bear Creek River Mile 19. It's an ecological restoration project within the footprint of that Alameda fire footprint. Roughly 0.35 miles of Bear Creek will be restored in this project. Thank you so much for the grant offering that really drove our work to develop this project. Just for context, this little chunk of Bear Creek is very near to the town of Talent. It's about 2 miles from Ashland, about 7.5 miles from Medford, and about 3/4 of a mile from Kelly Coates' house. Next slide. So long before the Almeida Drive fire, of course, development along Bear Creek led to a situation that you all have heard many times before. We got a much straighter creek than we used to have. The active channel width is roughly half of what it was 70 years ago, and probably a much smaller percentage of what it was 150 years ago. We've got, so you've got this incised creek, that means reduced floodplain. There's probably no connection or very little connection off channel in habitat inundation. So, you know, is there lemonade from the Almeida Drive fire? I don't know. But maybe if there's a little bit, you know, we had the initial blackberry treatment for riparian rehabilitation project on about 10 miles of creek that happened in all of about 36 hours or less than that. So that's a little bit of lemonade maybe in it. Honestly, it opened the stream channel up and the riparian forest area up from those thickets of blackberry and allowed us to see some opportunities where we could do some extensive ecological restoration actions. And again, the urban nature of Bear Creek makes those opportunities pretty limited, but this particular site is one where the risks to other infrastructure isn't so high that we can go in there and do the sorts of things that we'd really like to do to try to really restore the riparian area and get a sort of a properly functioning little section of creek there in what otherwise is a pretty urban stream. So what are we going to do? We're going to enhance secondary channel and floodplain connectivity. About a quarter of a mile of secondary channel we're going to enhance connection to. We're going to install large wood structures at about 34 locations, 8 to 12 logs per structure. And we are going to implement an approach to riparian rehabilitation that we at the Rogue River Watershed Council have been using a lot, called Release and Recruit, that does not involve planting and irrigating plants. We're going to stay on the blackberry and we're going to see what native trees and shrubs come back. We've had a lot of success with this in other parts of the middle and upper Rogue. What does that lead to? Hang on this slide. It's going to 30 seconds. Okay, here, Chicago Brian, are you ready? More and longer floodplain and winter habitat inundation. We're going to have sediment aggradation and sorting. We're going to get more large wood recruitment, and we're going to recover the native forest. That's going to lead to increased water quality. We're going to protect infrastructure by decreasing lateral erosion. Next slide. I'm not going to make the 30 seconds. So this is one of my three. So again, this is over the course of about a month, right? We had one sort of pretty normal winter flow between those two photos, and we documented a 12-foot channel adjustment to river right if you're a boater, river left if you're a fisheries biologist. Next slide. So that's a lot of sediment moving downstream to to Gold Hill Rogue River and Grants Pass irrigation intake. Why riparian rehabilitation? Well, this is an interesting photo that some of you have probably seen before or experienced, or been out and experienced this site. Right where roughly where that light blue line is, it was the edge of a blackberry removal effort that happened about 6 months before the fires. And while still the trees on the left side of this slide mostly died, you can see that there's actually leaves on the tops of those trees. And to the right, where blackberry was at the time of the fire, there are hardly any leaves left in those trees. So we saw a really marked difference in the fire behavior right at that line, which is in the town of Phoenix. Last slide. And then, so there is, if anybody has been down, there's a paved to the Bear Creek area, paved trail that runs from the just north of Central Point all the way to Ashland. It's about 25 miles long, the Bear Creek Greenway Trail. It runs very close to the site of this restoration project. Again, that winter flow event, we had 6 feet of channel movement towards the path. We think with the restoration effort, decreased erosion, reducing the power of the stream when there are freshets, we're going to be able to protect that infrastructure as well as some other infrastructure that's important to the community. How'd I do? Is that about a minute, right?
All right, thank you, Brian. We'll go to Leanne next.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay.
So, yeah, I'm Leanne Bradenberg. I'm with the Klamath Watershed Partnership, and we have been the recipient of 2 of the OWEB's post-fire grants, one for the 242 fire, which was a 2020 Labor Day fire, to the tune of about $750,000, and then one for the 2021 bootleg fire at $1.5 million. Klamath and Lake counties have experienced almost 1 million acres of wildfire in the last 23 years, most of that just in the last few years. And so we know now that post-fire recovery is a part of our jobs. It is a part of our everyday work. And I want to share some of our stories and successes with you because OWEB funding has been this critical piece that's allowed us to bring partnerships together and really jumpstart these projects that otherwise would not have been possible. There's no other funding source that's responding in the same way and allowing us to do this type of work. Next slide. So the 242 fire, it's about 14,000 acres. Fortunately, it didn't impact a lot of our waterways, but we did lose a lot of trees. And so our focus has been on reforestation. This year, we planted almost 600 acres. And this has been a partnership project. We work with Oregon Department of Forestry. We acquired seed from Sun Pass State Forest. And so it's our local seed zone. We're able to grow trees out and get those planted. We also worked with Green Diamond Resource Company. So this is an industrial timber company. And when it comes to growing trees, industrial timber knows how to grow and plant trees. And so they've been a great technical advisor, and they provided manpower and support with coolers, helping us to coordinate planting crews and really get the work done. Next year, we're scaling up to over 1,500 acres, working with the same partners, kind of same plan. And between these 2 years, we're going to plant over 75% of the identified private land acres in the 242. So, next slide. Bootleg fire is a totally different story. Over 400,000 acres, obviously high severity fire, tremendous impact to natural resources, bull trout, critical habitat, streams, a lot of issues. We had 5 project types within that fire. We had large wood, addition to streams, stream protection fencing, site prep, road hazard trees, and meadow restoration. Those are all in various stages of completion now. So we're certainly thankful that this funding got carried forward because we still had snow on the ground in April, May of this year. So it was quite a delayed start for some of this, but some is complete, such as our meadow restoration. Even in a fire footprint, meadows are limited habitat. They're very important. So we've removed burn material, reduced conifer encroachment, letting those aspen and willows release to provide those ecosystem services. Also, like road hazard trees, it's not a warm and fuzzy project, but we're dovetailing with work that the Forest Service is doing, providing 106 miles of open, safe roads for our recreating public, for our restoration professionals, landowners, ranchers who graze out there, and then future wildfire and emergency response. So very important work. Next slide. Site prep and fencing. Again, great partnerships here. We were working in the headwaters of perennial flow for 5 Mile Creek. This is over 3 miles of creek and tributaries. We're doing cattle exclusion fencing, working with the Forest Service on the other side of the fence line. We're able to fall trees on their side and to provide long-term, sustainable, maintainable fencing through these partnerships. For decades, this fencing will stand and protect these important waterways. Also, this is a picture kind of mid-site prep. Trees have been cut and piled. This site will be reforested in the future. And then a large wood addition to streams. This is a continuation of work that we started with OWEB emergency funding for the bootleg fire and focusing on bull trout critical habitat streams and working with the Oregon Department of Forestry, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Partners for Fish and Wildlife, and hand falling large wood into these areas to provide multiple benefits to these streams: energy dissipation, controlling erosion, sediment deposition, and providing shade, structure, and habitat for fish. So again, this OWEB funding has been critical to us. It's allowed us to provide timely response and in a broad spectrum of project types, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Leanne and Jared. If you want to wrap it up, that'd be great.
Good afternoon, or I guess we're not quite there yet. Good morning again. My name is Jared Waybright. I'm the Executive Director with the Mackenzie Watershed Council, and I just want to make clear I'm here representing the Pure Water Partners, which is an active partnership. I specifically want to cite the Eugene Water and Electric Board, Upper Willamette Soil and Water Conservation District, and the Mackenzie River Trust, who are the 4 partners who've been super active on the Holiday Farm fire. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background on the Pure Water Partners. Came together a little bit, actually about 2012, with the idea that we wanted to stand up a better system and for collaboration and really program delivery to the residents of the Mackenzie watershed. Specifically, we wanted to take local resources and stand up consistent programmatic funding with a focus on capacity for local partners, but then also a focus on conservation, with the idea that conservation of healthy, functioning riparian and floodplain areas is cheaper in the long run than restoration, and then we work collaboratively on restoration projects. So there was a 4-year pilot project that was in part funded by OWEB that allowed us to work with 16 pilot landowners to stand up that program, develop our systems, our funding models, mature our relationships, and develop local funding sources. We went public in 2018, had a pretty good public response. We had probably about up to 90 folks in that pipeline, about half of which were active on a range of mostly small scale riparian type projects. So next slide, please. What that work did, though, was set the stage for response to the Holiday Farm fire. So September 2020, along with much of the rest of Western Oregon, experienced catastrophic wildfire, came through, burned over 170,000 acres in a little bit over 3 days. A couple different people, a couple different organizations will tell you different numbers, but over 500 homes were lost. About 70% of the fire burned on private lands, a lot of that on private industrial timber, but the impact to residential, rural residential landowners cannot be understated. Next slide, please. So what the Pure Water Partners were able to do, because of that pre-existing relationships, because of the success of our work to create those local and flexible funding sources, because we had at least a template and a format for collaborative systems, the administrative side, the on-the-ground side, we were able to respond almost immediately to the Holiday Farm fire in a coordinated, collaborative, and really programmatic way. Yes, we were standing up systems, we were flying the plane as we were building the plane as we were flying it, but we at least had an idea of how that infrastructure would function. And so what we were able to do, so we like to talk about the Holiday Farm fire response in really 3 different actions or phases. The emergency phase, where we were getting out on the ground immediately. In some cases, we were the first organization or outside organization that landowners saw. So there was an immediate impact to protect Eugene's sole drinking water source, the Mackenzie River. So over 150 emergency burn structure stabilization actions were completed on private lands. We stood up a burn assessment protocol pulled from a couple different federal and other NGO type sources. We ended up doing over 300 burn assessments on private and non-federal public lands, and then we implemented over 300 erosion control projects on those same properties. The other thing we did during the emergency phase was develop a different type of cooperative agreement. Traditionally, the PWP had set up a 15 and 20-year cooperative agreements. We decided that might be a hurdle that most folks in this situation would not want to entertain. We dropped that down to a 7-year cooperative agreement with the idea that that would be the amount of time that we would need to get what we anticipated would most of our work would be, which would be revegetation up to a free to grow status. And so that was another thing that we kind of adapted during that emergency phase. One more minute, okay. And I'll just run through the rest of these real quick. So risk-based, really focused on riparian and restoration, probably over 300 acres. The resiliency is a little bit longer term. We're focused on floodplain and large wood projects in tributaries, both in cooperation with the Forest Service and the BLM and Mackenzie River Trust on private lands, which are shown in the pictures there. Next slide, please. A couple of really primary lessons learned. I'm not going to touch on all these. I'll just touch on a couple that I really hold dear. We were not prepared to deal with the amount of trauma and impact to private lands. The landowners and residents, community members that we experienced were, all staff across the board, they're ecologists, they're biologists, there's botanists. Working with folks was really, really hard. And we acknowledged that during the time, but it's still real. And the volume of folks that we were working with overwhelmed us in a lot of different ways and still impacting what we're doing. The other one that I'd like to or just highlight here is the site level planning and professional acknowledgement. The Bear reports and the ETARP reports really good at framing high level, but we also invested a lot of time in the initial site assessments. And that time, that site level knowledge is really what drove our process, and I think what is a huge portion of what makes us successful. Next slide, please. And so I just want to end with a bit of a more positive and just forward-looking kind of thought here, really inspired by some of the presentations. I believe your last OWEB board meeting is just celebrating the people. First of all, just I want to just thank and acknowledge the folks that are just willing to say yes. We are a voluntary, non-regulatory partnership, and having folks that maybe don't know you, or maybe know you in different contexts, or maybe you're just one of those groups from Eugene that are coming upriver. Is a really big leap of faith for a lot of people, and we really want to acknowledge that and just up front and say that's also really what drives this process. There was a ton of folks that put their heart and soul into this work over the last 2 or 3 years. Project managers from the MRT, from the SBCD, and from the Watershed Council, support staff from administrative side, management side, from OWEB, Mackenzie Watershed Council, the Trust, SWDC, and others. Contractors worked so hard. A lot of times they went out of their way. We're putting in their own time and their own effort to make this work. There were some that, that flat out said this is the most important work that I've ever done. It was really, really inspiring. A couple different instances we were able to get youth crews involved with this and kind of shape that future. Northwest Youth Corps, and there's a youth corps that operates out of the Coast Fork Willamette Watershed Council, spent time on this. And then lastly, I just want to acknowledge the local, state, and federal decision makers that in multiple different ways stood up and made this successful with funding decisions, and state legislatures stepping up and providing funding that then OWEB administered. We ended up receiving 4 different grants through wildfire recovery grants, totaling over $4.6 million. That's a small piece. Well, I shouldn't say a small piece, but that's a piece of the overall funding picture for us. But in ways that have already been articulated, It's so flexible, it's so adaptable, and the fact that now it's been rolled over for another 2 years just makes it remarkable, and it will allow us to really achieve some projects, some successful projects that we think will not only impact or help us mitigate the impacts of those fires, but sets the stage for what we hope is larger scale watershed resiliency. So thank you to this board, thank you to the state legislatures, thank you to the OWEB Board of Commissioners, thank you for some of the federal BLM, Forest Service that brought direct dollars and staff time to our collaborative efforts. Yeah, it's been a remarkable couple of years. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Jared. Thanks to all of our panelists on fire and to Rachel. So happy to entertain any questions or comments that the board has on the post-fire recovery work.
Jamie, go ahead, and then Lisa.
Just following up on that last comment, which I think is so incredibly important, you're talking about the trauma to landowners, and it is part of the, and landowners have to engage with multiple agencies, federal, state, multiple state agencies, community partners. So just what I would encourage, not for discussion here, but just as part of the reflection back and also the preparation for future work, really encourage a consideration of what are the best practices for engaging with trauma folks who have that trauma-informed approach, not having, we're kind of limiting the number of agencies, but also having to get ROIs. I mean, there's sorts of complexities go into that to make sure that you can share information. But if there's, just on the staff side, reflection on that, maybe developing some best practices that can help to address that. Because I think that was such a salient point that's so overlooked, that last point made. Really appreciate it.
Jamie, just one quick response. We have asked all of the grantees for post-fire recovery and drought relief in their progress reporting to let us know what isn't working and what are some of those lessons that you're garnering from these tragedies, so that one, we can accumulate them and then share them out to others. I'm talking on Monday with 2 NGOs that are working on how do we develop some of these playbooks, if you will, so that folks aren't having to make it up as they go in all instances. So just, a small piece to help move in the right direction.
No surprises, you're 10 steps ahead of our comments, but really appreciate that, but also encourage other state agencies as well, and even federal agencies.
And just a quick, great comment, Jamie, thank you for that. People in the Talent Phoenix, Ashland area are still dealing with getting their businesses back and getting their homes rebuilt and finding a place to live, right? The fact that you all figured out a way to make money available that could be put on the ground and address issues tomorrow is enormous.
Lisa.
So I just wanted to comment and one, thank the staff and thank the presenters. At OWEB, we talk a lot about partnerships. And I think the accomplishments that have happened with the general fund that came to the agency to stand up programs in a short time frame, to work with the partners around how to put those grants together so that they were most applicable and useful in the areas. That is the true essence of the uniqueness of the work of this agency and what they do. And we had to speak to the trauma piece. We were surprised initially when we put out the first fire grants at how little uptake we had. What we found, though, was the communities were so busy taking care of the people that the restoration work was the next thing to come. And so it took a while to move it along. Ergo, coming to the end of the biennium with general fund left, hasn't gone on the ground, a lot of work. Again, the partnerships. Many of these people showed up at our budget hearing to talk about the need for the general fund dollars to be carried forward in our budget. And part of that was because, and this is another piece of information, we put these grants through the same process in terms of technical review that we do our traditional grants, and that added time to getting them out. But it also provided more surety in terms of success on the ground. And so again, I just go back to the word partnership and what that means and how everyone has worked together, and to say thank you for all of that work and patience and collaboration.
All right. Oh, Liz,
Go
yes.
ahead, Kelly.
And Liz and then Kelly.
All right. So thank you for your presentation. A comment is, I really like, Jared, when you had that slide on just sort of chunking the work, because it's a lot of work, and I really like the emergency piece, then separated from the risk piece, and then the resiliency piece, and that helped me understand, this chunk of work, and so I appreciated that. And then, Brian, I think there was sort of a unique thing. I know you worked in rural areas and restoration across the road. So I'm just wondering what was different in this little urban piece? And then I have a question on soils, because that was, for all of you, this, 2020 Labor Day, just these, humongous winds. And we also talk about the impact on the soils. And when I look at Bear Creek, I'm thinking, how much of the soils are left? And like you said, there was some green on there, and what were challenges on that? And then my final piece, sorry, is this, I think Jamie mentioned it yesterday, is what are we doing in these areas that have so much attention and interest to follow up on some sort of educational piece for the average person driving through to understand how important this work is?
Yeah, well, there's a lot there. So I will tell you that in the middle and latter part of September, it's unimaginable the number of calls I received from residents that drive every day, north or south on I-5, past a 12-foot high stand of blackberry. And when the blackberry were gone, they saw a creek, and they called me and asked, "What is that creek?" Unbelievable. And I referred them to Kelly and said, "Go bother this person. She has way more time than I do." No, but I mean, really and truly. How do we get the community to understand the thing that I sort of led my presentation with, which was, the importance of the health of these natural areas as they relate to the health of these communities. We're doing it a person at a time through tours and presentations, and it's probably not enough, and we probably need to spend a whole lot more time thinking about that, Kelly, and how do we get that message more broadly around the Upper Rogue area and the urban part of the Upper Rogue in particular, which gets to the first question that you asked. We don't do a lot of work in the Bear Creek corridor for a couple of reasons. One is it's a pretty crowded playing field. There are lots of organizations that do stuff like us, not in the same way as us, and there's strength there, but that are working in the Bear Creek area. So we tend to focus our attention in more rural parts of our watershed, which is everywhere except for Bear Creek. But why were we drawn in? A reasonable question is, why were we drawn in post-fire? And I think it's because there is a huge lift. It's an all-hands-on-deck situation, and there aren't enough partners or partnerships to get done what needs done in the Bear Creek corridor. But honestly, we've got a fighting chance now, I think, is another part of it. I mean, I have been staring at for the 23 years I've lived in the Rogue Valley, 25 miles of blackberry, 75 either side of the creek, 12 feet high, and thought, where do you start? Well, you start in the 10 miles where there aren't any blackberry anymore. And I don't think we're doing a good enough job at that, following up on that, but we are making progress. So I am 100% confident I didn't answer every one of your questions. Soils, there's erosion happens, and it's okay. There's an unnatural amount of erosion happening right now on the Bear Creek corridor. And again, it affects those drinking water partners. And there's another partnership strength. And Jared spent a lot of time talking about this. When you can hook into the network of drinking water providers and their need and desire to protect source water, that creates another really powerful set of partnerships that you can leverage.
Kelly and Dan.
So thanks so much. Obviously, as Brian mentioned, this project is, I can see it from my house, basically. And I'm just so grateful for the work that you're doing because it is all hands on deck. And there are a lot of partnerships working on Bear Creek, and we're all talking to each other and trying to help each other out as much as we can. But we kind of do have to do it piece by piece, right, to put it together. I thank all of you for the work that you're doing. This is hard work. Anyone who's been through a post-fire recovery process or a bear process, it's not easy, it's not simple, it's not straightforward, it's really complex. You're dealing with serious complex ecological issues and serious complex social issues as well. So this is just really great work. I had a quick question about the hazard tree removal and if you're able to use those hazard trees for in-stream projects.
Yeah, that is a potential. The problem is, I mean, in the bootleg, or not the problem, I guess, in terms of, there's no shortage of trees. So unfortunately, and so in terms of transport, you know, in most cases, it doesn't make sense to transport them because there's plenty of burn trees for the in-stream projects. Actually, where we have run into trouble is where we're trying to do, where us and some of our partners are trying to do more like low-tech process-based restoration, VDA, PALS type work, where we're looking for live material to that's not so brittle. Actually finding places to get live material to use in stream is more of a challenge than burn material.
And I would just add, particularly the Valley Bottom restoration projects on Finrock and planned for Quartz Creek. I mean, we're looking at almost 10,000 pieces of wood, and there's no doubt that the hazard tree removals mostly from federal lands, but also some of the private lands that are enrolled in the PWP are providing that source material.
That's great, thank you. And then I just wanted to talk to another point. I was talking with folks about this actually last evening. The outreach and education for what we're doing post-fire, I think is huge. And I think, Liz, you really touched on something there that we need to pay a little bit more attention to, so folks really understand what we're trying to do here. And it might also help us not be met with as many of those societal challenges when we go out to do our work. Another like separate but related is getting prescribed fire back on the landscape, which they're doing in the Rogue, and I am so grateful for every time I see a burn happen. But I still have people complaining, it's the first nice day we've had all year, and now we have smoke in our valley. You know, what are they doing? And it's like, okay, I think we still need to reach some people with this and figure out a better way to educate folks on it.
And Kelly, just briefly as a follow-up to that, multiple of the post-fire recovery grantees are being incredibly thoughtful about how do we build fire resilience into our post-fire recovery, which is very, very helpful as a starting point. And I would just mention shared stewardship, which came up at some point yesterday. That's where I think this marrying of, we are in a recovery situation, we are attempting to promote fire resilience. How can we marry those in an effective way to message out, and I think hopefully provide some technical capacity and resources and lessons learned on both.
Thank you. Dan?
I was debating whether to raise this because it's pretty, it's not a huge contribution to the overall Bear Creek project, but you brought up drinking water providers. And I think on this project, you guys received a drinking water provider partnership grant.
We did, yes.
And
the Forest Service generously doubled it.
Right.
I mean, we asked for $50,000 and said, how would you take 100,000? And I thought about saying no, but that would have been one of my 3 mistakes, and I didn't want to waste it on that.
Yeah, and most people don't know this, but the Forest Service funding that's coming to you is EPA funding.
I definitely would have said no then.
Not all of it, not all of it, but the reason why I'm bringing this up is because we have an interagency agreement with the Forest Service because they're extremely effective at getting this money out to folks like you that are making a difference for drinking water.
Yeah.
And we had a larger chunk of funding for the Drinking Water Provider Partnership because of the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is why we were able to push more money out this year. And that project was just super easy for us because the administration's goal is to try to ensure that that funding is helping and assisting and that the benefits of that money are being delivered to disadvantaged communities.
Right.
And those downstream communities whose drinking water is protected because of the sediment controls made it super easy for us to make that connection between the money and the benefits for those communities.
Nice. So well, that's great. Thanks for lifting the hood on that. I didn't know much of that, but that's great. I appreciate that story.
Dan.
The other Dan.
Uh-oh.
Hey, just a couple comments, not a question, but thanks and gratitude. And I'm really intrigued with this topic around how do we address better the human factor? Because it's not just our landscapes that are healing, it's our people in the communities. And, you know, the Forest Service, thankfully, we just were able to submit another ask for post-fire recovery to our Washington office a few months ago and for qualifying events last calendar year and received, it was somewhere around another 50 million on top of our existing 275 million, totaling well over $250 million right now in Oregon and Washington for over 5 years worth of work. And there's so much work to be done. We're getting our hands around ecological recovery, but not the important part of connecting our work to Oregonians. And so I'm really intrigued by this topic in this discussion. How many folks, out of curiosity, were at the post-fire symposium in the LaSalle Stewart Center, Oregon State University earlier in the year? Renee was, Dan was, I was. Folks, over 650 participants in a hybrid offering, which was really cool. A little over, I think around 150 to 200 physically present in person, but there's talk of having another one of these. And there's need to bring in the social scientists. There's a much, much greater need. This was some of my critique and feedback, to bring in a stronger tribal government presence. That was intended, but a little bit lacking at that conference. And so I'm curious, we won't solve it here now, but after today's board meeting, if there is interest, I'd be all ears to further conversations around the human healing, recovery, storytelling part of this. We're getting better at the ecological piece of it. We actually added brand new to our Forest Service regional staff a wildfire cost recovery coordinator, which is huge. We're copying California. Just take a look at what's happening in the state of California, and we're, no need to, experience our own lessons learned. We can look to them to ask them what they would have done differently 10 years ago. So much, much more to come. And a big thanks to our partners, a big thanks to OWEB, for really investing in this important post-disturbance recovery work. And it's more than wildfire, right? I use the word disturbance because we've been lucky. We haven't had wide-scale flooding. But we know that we're prone to that here in the Northwest, or earthquake. We were tested with a massive landslide in the state of Washington just recently up near Mount St. Helens. So our teams are working always to kind of learn and adapt and figure out new systems, new approaches. And I think the more we can do for sharing and networking with local, state, federal, non-governmental organizations, we'll all be the better for it. And thank you to EPA for all your...
Thank you. Gary, you have a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not much, I just don't think it can be said enough how thankful that we are to you folks for taking this on, and Renee, especially for spearheading this whole program. But all the people are working hard to save our soils and get our. I mean, this has been a huge event that has occurred here. I mean, this is a complete reset of a lot of these whole ecological processes that are out there. And I mean, this is it's a perfect example of, state and transition model that you have something, you have a big event that comes in and it changes everything, and it changes, and then it takes time to get through that. And I mean, we have to have the vegetation there. Without it, soils leave. We have to identify, all the social issues that have a connection to the economics of the area, and I just, I appreciate it as a citizen of Oregon, and I think the whole board recognizes how much work and this is taking right now, and how much thought's being put into it. So, thanks.
Thank you, Gary. I just want to send out a quick kudos to Renee. When this came up and you were our deputy and you were willing to put your hand up and say yes, I thought, she, loves punishment or what? Wow, but truly you're the right woman for the job, and I know you're a huge part of why this is happening so well for all of you. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So huge thanks to all of our panelists. I think we're going to a break now. If there's an opportunity, if you want to catch some of the Drought folks with other questions, please take advantage. And again, thanks for being here with us today and all the work that you've been doing.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to take 10 minutes and we'll come back and I'll tell you what to expect after that.
Did want to deconstruct.
Yes, thank you.
Well, you definitely get the gold star for staying on time. We're exactly
I know how I get
I was just messaging for.
Let's make sure it was up here. So this one's a PDF. Yep. You're good with? Yep.
Get there.
And water acquisitions first thing this morning, so that's what put us behind.
It's understandable. It's an important topic. It is. It's a controversial topic.
I'm sorry to miss.
Well,
Yes. Well, actually, we're going to talk Friday. We're going to be talking about porn. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Councils and districts will be hearing more about it. We'll be getting out. So. She wrote a giant report. It's really well done and really digestible. EJ does it great.
Yes, I hear a lot of good reviews. Busy. You know, because we were working, for so long looking at that June 30th deadline, and I have the software programs too, so I had the post-fire and software, so just like running, and now we're just kind of like getting through some things. It's kind of like taking me away. Yeah, I'm actually going on vacation in August, so I'm like, that's great. Yeah, so it's been good. I don't know that I can do that, but at least I'm getting out of the state. So I'm heading to Texas to visit my mom. So, yeah, I was just like out from my house. I looked out and I could see this gloom, and I'm like, oh God, it's like all over again, because it was like in the same direction from my house. And I was like, oh no, and then I have a close colleague that I work with that's in a fire, and so I was getting intel, and so he's like, oh, I said, how's it going? He's like, oh, it's kind of pushing people around and all this stuff, and then I was like, they're getting a handle on it, and like, it's not actually spreading into the fields. I know. Yeah. That was a little. Oh no! I know every time I see smoke in my house, I'm like, hey, this is gonna be a little fun for a big pop. The beginning of right? I know. This time of year it is. It's always just like that kind of look around, like, oh, please get on it. And it was like that started, and there was helicopters, there's planes, and I was just like, get on it. Yeah. Over the last years has been really increased by some episodes too. Yeah, for sure. I appreciate it. I was like, oh no, we're gonna be in another post-art landscape. Yeah, let me get this done. Yeah, exactly. It's been good. OWEB has been just such a huge that's what I want the board to understand. No other funding source is councils and districts are so well placed. Yeah. I'm glad that we could do something that we're glad that we can do. Well, and the spectrum, NSCS and MSA programs are just not, there's too much red tape. There's co-share, there's exclusions, there's just so many things they're the victims. Right. It's like they're not doing something to increase their productivity or, better their cattle operation. They're trying to fund it. And it's like, if you're asking for 2%, I'm looking for a place where their grandma will, raise them, and it's like, that thing's right. You guys did a great job. It was good. I'm glad I could make it today. And back to my neck of the woods. You're pretty well in here. I used to go oh my gosh, we've got so much going on. It's like our meetings, we have 5-hour meetings now, and we run the whole time. There's just so much going on. All the partners are doing different things, and then the show it's really good. It's exciting. It's a lot of really positive energy. And I love the conflict versus partnership. Just an example of that group. I wish that there were more, not to say that, I don't know where she was like, connected and interacting. It's been really rewarding to be a part of it. That's what I keep, I'm like, whenever, because I know we have stuff that can engage her with, I feel like this whole thing with, because I have a community well properly, I have to look at it, and it is partially based, and it's like we're going to be doing a lot of education, outreach, all like that.
All right, if everybody could find their way back to their seats, please.
That was quick. All right. I'd like to let you know an option, board members. I'll never tell you what's going to happen. I'll just offer for your consideration. We have intentionally ignored the timing on our agenda, valuing your thoughts and voices, and I appreciate you letting us do that today. We have quite a few things issues we've bumped to other business, and if you have those, it's a good time to think about that. What I would propose is that we have our lunch boxes delivered to us here after agenda item O, and then we can eat while we're addressing our other business, and that'll help you get on the road a little sooner. So that's our intention. If I don't hear any big problems with that, and encourage you to stand up and shake it out as in a meeting when you need to stay present. Is that all right? Well, I don't want to eat during this part, so thank you. We have an action item, and I want your.
Lindsay McClary for the record, just clarification that agenda item N would just remain a written report then?
No, it isn't.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We're gonna N and O.
Oh, I see.
We have an action item with O.
We're gonna N and O.
And then we're gonna P, other business.
I copy, thank you.
If that's all right with you. Okay. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Courtney.
Well, great. For the record, Courtney Schaff, OWEB Business Operations Manager, and I'm really excited to introduce Emily Jane Davis, who was our contractor on this 20-year review of council and district capacity grants. I'm going to let her introduce herself. I've got simply one introductory slide, and she is going to run the show.
Good afternoon, Director Hansen, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Dr. Emily Jane Davis. I'm an associate professor at Oregon State University in the College of Forestry, social scientist, and I'm also the interim director of the Extension Fire Program. Would you like to provide your introduction, Courtney?
Yeah. So, okay, maybe. Oh, no, somehow my slide.
You can just give the presentation if you want, Courtney.
No, okay. I thought I threw a slide in here, but EJ did a great job. I just want to quickly orient the board that this project came directly out of OWEB strategic plan. It's actually called out specifically as one of the actions that we were going to do, which was a retrospective analysis of council and district investments, because we knew in our gut over time, why they were valuable, what was good about them, but we wanted to take a pause and really do some deep diving and digging into the value, and also get some lessons learned and some ideas for moving forward. We had to pause this during COVID. Luckily, EJ and her team were willing to come back after that pause and get the project across the finish line. And it's just been such a pleasure to work with her. The staff report includes the executive summary. The full report is linked on the website. And we will be talking about outreach and sharing this broadly after the board meeting. So I'm going to turn it over to you and stop talking.
Thank you so much. I want to start by thanking you for making the time on your busy agenda to talk about this really important topic. I also want to thank and acknowledge Courtney as well as Eric Nussbaum with the Oregon Department of Agriculture, who are our key project partners. And then I'd also like to go back and acknowledge my colleagues on this project. Dr. Rich Marjoram at the University of Oregon is a co-author with me, and Jess Downey was a colleague of mine at Oregon State University. Jess actually led the majority of this study and this work, and unfortunately at the last minute wasn't able to be here today, and I really want to recognize the extent of their work and their leadership of this effort. Today, I'm going to cover what we've learned about OWEB's operating capacity grants through this study. It was a mixed method social science study of how those grants have been used, and also their impacts on the ability of those grantees to operate effectively and achieve their goals, and ultimately achieve the goals of OWEB and the other agencies. This has been an honor because Jess and Rich and I, we're all social scientists who have dedicated our careers to understanding how people organize and work together. And we are always interested in figuring out how does that support the most effective path to conservation and restoration. So we really appreciate this opportunity. We called the report Capacity Matters, as Courtney noted, stemming from OWEB's own theory about the importance of these investments, that councils and districts are, if they receive these investments, they're able to effectively, purposefully act and interact within their spheres and affect that measurable change in the health of their watersheds. So if you want to jump ahead 2 slides, Courtney, that would be great. So this motivation and this request from OWEB and ODA to do this research led us to several guiding questions. This is what we wanted to find out. How are these grants used? How are organizations putting those dollars to use? What do those grants end up being used for leveraging partnerships? What are the factors that essentially enhance or hinder the capacity of organizations? What makes them run? What makes them work? What makes them struggle? What are the best practices, knowing that can help with increasing capacity and overcoming challenges? In addition, as an agency for OWEB and other agencies, how can you actually track a kind of slippery social science concept, right? Capacity. How can that be monitored? How can that be tracked? And then finally, how can future funding from agencies and organizations sustain and build that capacity? Next, please. So no shortage of big questions there. And we also recognize that we're asking them in the context of Oregon, which is a really big and diverse state. So we had to design methods within the time frame and budget of our study to answer these questions and also allow us to both distinguish and generalize across a bunch of differences. We're looking at councils and districts, right, which have their similarities and differences. We're looking at really different social, ecological, and land use settings, urban and rural contexts, and all the different corners of the state. We also had in mind that we wanted to learn as much as we could from available sources and grantees, while also respecting how many requests they already receive for other studies, from funders, for information, and that they're trying to do their important work on the ground. So with all of those considerations in mind, with input from our project partners and from a project advisory committee that represented councils and districts around the state, we designed this multiple methods, multiple step project. Doing multiple methods allows researchers to effectively triangulate findings from different data sources and approaches, and it ensures we're telling a really robust story. So first, we tried to gather grant data from OWEB and learn as much as we could from those existing sources about the extent and distribution of capacity grants that have been awarded over the last 20 years and how those were used. Then we took the step of conducting an online survey of all councils and districts that have received those grants. We had a great response rate, 81% of councils and 91% of districts. In that survey, we collected data about the number of employees and staffing arrangements, which allowed us to then kind of classify very roughly all these organizations into, are they reliant on a lot of staff? Do they rely a lot on their board? Do they rely on partners? Most of them are reliant on their staff. We also gathered data about different factors that affect organizational capacity in that survey. So internal governance, or how they operate, their operational practices, the resources they've obtained and leveraged, so other grants in kind and match, how they have adaptive and resilient governance structures, the types of partners that they work with, and the types of partnerships they form to accomplish their work. Then to increase the applicability of findings, starting up at that state level and starting to scale down and in, we did what I call a phased case study approach. So first we selected 20 different organizations, a mixture of councils and districts, in both rural and urban contexts, and with varying levels of resources developed and obtained, and various staff sizes. For each of those organizations, we took the most thorough look we could through all available documentation online and from grants. So we were trying to then look at common themes. How were these organizations managing their finances and their operations? How did they adapt to challenges? How did they work with partners? And how did they obtain and leverage funding? Finally, we selected 7 further organizations for in-depth qualitative interview-based data collection, where we interviewed staff, board members, community members, agency partners, et cetera. Those 7 organizations I want to acknowledge were the Coast Fork Willamette Watershed Council, North Coast Watershed Association, Powder Basin Watershed Council, Fork John Day Watershed Council, Curry SWCD, Marion SWCD, and Wheeler SWCD. So the finding I'm going to move on and share reflect what we learned across all of those data collection stages, as well as the input and discussions that we had extensively with, again, our project partners at the agencies and with that project advisory committee. That really helped shape our findings. Given the brevity of this presentation and to protect the confidentiality of interviewees, I'm sharing the findings at a high level, generalized way today, but please know that they do draw on in-depth analysis of each organization studied, and they're informed by all that data collection. Go ahead, Courtney, to the next one. Our findings, like I said, cover the ways that councils and districts use these grants, how they've navigated common governance challenges, and how they use funding strategically to do their work. I'll start by talking, you can just stay there, about how councils and districts have used capacity grants. For the period of 2011 to 2021, which is when we had consistently formatted and standardized data about grant dollars, we calculated that over 82 million was provided in that timeframe in operating capacity grants. That investment in turn allowed grantees to leverage at least an additional 142.7 million from other grants. And then it also generated a further estimated 128.6 million economic activity. And that economic activity refers to that multiplier effect of those funds being spent on employment, supplies, services, et cetera. Much of that is also retained in local economies. Go ahead. For both councils and districts, oh, sorry, one more. For both councils and districts, the number one use of these funds that we heard about, and that was most clearly linked to outcomes on the ground, was project development, staff time to create projects. As many of you know, you're all familiar with working with councils and districts in your area. This involves seeking those shared priorities, putting in that collaboration and relationship building time, developing project concepts, gathering the capacity and resources to plan and execute, and all of the grant writing. One of the main ways that operating capacity grants have supported this work is through the ability of grantee staff also to participate in local committees, to partner with other organizations and build relationships that make the project development really reflect the diversity of partners and needs on the ground, and not just the priorities of a single organization. Other important uses, as you can imagine, these are used to provide trainings for staff and board that increase all of their skills, abilities, and tools for their work and their service. More tangibly, these grants cover critical operational costs, rent, utilities, and administrative staff that keep organizations fiscally responsible and accountable. I want to note here, and to have you keep this in mind throughout, that this kind of core funding is also essential for being able to be an authentic partner and to reach and serve a diversity of communities and to address equity and inclusion. It's important because it provides that base ability for staff time to do relationship building and learning, which isn't funded through project-specific grants oftentimes, and to attend their trainings and build that capacity to engage with those communities. We know that this work requires that intentionality, and with that people hours as well as adequate compensation. And as you saw in the last panel, it also provides latent capacity of local organizations to be able to respond when something like a wildfire happens, and the ability to be present, patient, and trauma-informed in that work. Next slide, please. We chose this quote just to help further illustrate the value of local organizations and why capacity investments sustain them. They offer a central venue for local people to connect around the needs and opportunities for their lands. They help people share out ideas and issues, learn from each other, and then figure out plans and solutions that are going to make sense in their local area. We heard many stories during our interviews of how the work of these groups transcended the boundaries of watersheds, of how some city and county governments took notice of the consensus building and organizational skills of councils and district and brought them into more and more efforts as a result, while respecting kind of what communities need in their autonomy. Furthermore, we've heard this mentioned today as well, because of this local convener and aggregator role, local organizations are usually pretty well positioned to leverage state and federal dollars, which is especially important at this time with the Inflation Reduction Act and bipartisan infrastructure law. Next. I'm going to speak about three top governance challenges that councils and districts face. When I say governance, I'm talking about how these grantees structure themselves, organize their operations, and accomplish their work. We learned a lot about what enhances or hinders their capacity, and how they deal with those challenges can be inflection points for them. It can bring them to an upward trajectory where they're able to overcome and they're able to make improvements, or it can send them on a downward trajectory where it's harder and harder to get out of a challenging dynamic. I will focus on these three dynamics today, which are lead staff capacity and turnover and transition, board recruitment, and strategic planning. Go ahead. Before I get into these the specifics of these challenges, I want to lay out a simple outline of the mechanics of how these organizations are structured. The relationship between lead staff and boards is really dynamic and really important. It looks different in different places and for different organizations, but there are some common skills and patterns that we see for staff and board to be effective. The lead staff, so your district manager, council coordinator, executive director types of positions, they were your organizational strategists when they were at their best, helping support visions that could strategically align their organization's goals with ground needs in the landscape and watershed, and figuring out how all of the different partners and funders could fit into this picture. They also tended to have strong communication skills, the ability to engage in the community, grant writing ability, and the ability to possess or bring on strong HR skills for personnel and fiscal management. Looking at the role of the board, boards, as you know, have a very large impact on their organization's trajectories by who serves, the functions that they're bringing, their level of engagement in organizational direction setting, and most importantly, the relationships that they have with lead staff and how they support them. We found that diverse board membership in terms of the different skills of board members was very important for lead staff in order to provide them guidance. And in many more remote and rural areas, board members really had multiple skill sets to draw from. For example, being both landowners, ranchers, and savvy business owners. Strategic plans are also an important part of this because they provide organizational direction for board members and lead staff to work from. They created internal efficiencies or a roadmap of how to go forward, and they continued to promote shared understanding. Regularly reviewing and updating organizational policies, having clear lines of communication, all of that was all very important. For board members, also owning and understanding their fiscal responsibilities, being adequately trained on all the financial terms, being able to read reports and see red flags were all really essential skills, not just for potential liability issues, but to help lead staff in doing this work as well. Finally, we'll talk about this some more, but knowing how to support lead staff decision-making and providing that Goldilocks, just right level of support without micromanaging was really important. I'll talk first, if you go ahead to the next slide, Courtney, about lead staff capacity and turnover. So those of you who've worked closely with your local organizations know that a lot of this relies on those champions, and when there's a challenge or a transition, that's when organizations can struggle. Boards with a balanced level of engagement with their staff were able to better handle those transitions, turnover, and take the steps they needed to get through the transition. So an engaged board means one that provides direction, supports lead staff in the decision-making they provide, contributes guidance, and provides fiscal oversight. On the slide are some suggestions of how lead staff can develop that balanced board engagement. What's the role of lead staff in supporting that? Incorporating small but routine trainings into board meetings, inviting agency staff and other partners in to help continue to give boards those regional pictures of priorities, co-developing strategic plans. I'll offer more detail on that in a little bit. And then proactively recruiting board members in ways that move the organization towards its restoration of water quality priorities. Next slide, please. Another way that grantees navigated lead staff transitions and turnover was through using their networks. So, pre-existing relationships and other funding sources like focused investment partnerships, partnership technical assistance, and NRCS's Regional Conservation Partnership Program grants all could be used to create shared governance structures and documents, these kind of boundary objects that establish the roles and responsibilities of partners involved, or provide the funding and capacity for a dedicated partnership coordinator across a region. What this did when there were lead staff challenges and transitions where there were more points of connection between local partners, so peer learning could be sustained and it wasn't just reliant on a lead staff person. It actually created transparency and sharing around how multiple organizations in an area managed their finances. And it helped develop a culture that leveraged the knowledge and experiences of organizations rather than relying on an individual organization or individual. Moving on to board recruitment, lead staff, actively targeted their recruitment of boards effectively in certain ways. They participated in other boards and committees locally. They attended events, and they used those community networks to actively, deliberately identify potential board members and always had a pool of local potential candidates going. They also looked for board members, as I said, who could keep moving their organization closer to their strategic goals and who were strong at cross-organizational information sharing. And SWCDs in particular specifically mentioned trying to recruit non-landowners as well to become at-large or associate directors to increase the diversity of representation. Next. Strategic plans, again, that's the third of these kind of key governance inflection points that I'm talking about today. I just want to reiterate that these plans obviously look different depending on the grantee itself, the community context they're in, and their management style. So some strategic plans obviously are much more detailed and lengthy, and others take a broader approach. Organizations that we studied who had more detailed strategic plans typically had more regional funding opportunities available, which necessitated the need to get more detailed plans in order to respond to those available resource opportunities. Whereas broader strategic plans offered a litmus test to show, are emerging funding opportunities aligned with the goals and needs of the strategic plan? Are we positioned for those? And then lead staff would usually develop more detailed annual work plans that tiered off those strategic plans. It's really important to consider the connection between strategic plans and something specific about how to actualize those plans and visions. Next. We'll talk a little bit about why strategic plans and work plans really mattered. We often hear in the planning world that a lot of effort went into a plan, then it sat on a shelf, it was a document no one read. But I think the difference that we learned about in our research was that organizations that were doing well were the ones that had these plans, that were regularly updating them, and they actually used them as active and living documents. And then when issues arose in particular, they provided a North Star or a supportive scaffolding, rather than each issue just being emergent and a crisis that needed to be dealt with no guidelines. They also created shared understanding of what a manageable project workload would look like. That's a challenge we see a lot with councils and districts, is a manageable project workload. Basing that workload on real estimates of staffing capacity and guiding lead staff, and that leads to, of course, helping address burnout. It also helps support shared understanding of organizational priorities and cleared up lines of communication. And then finally, it can help focus the pursuit of grants and partnerships. So rather than, should we connect with this person, this grant looks good, always running it through that criteria of how does this lead to our strategic priorities. Next slide. And we just chose this quote quickly to illustrate how strategic planning works best when it starts with an understanding. It's grounded in that understanding of how a landscape is working, who owns and manages that land, and who's able and interested in working together in that area. Strategic plans are especially important in a cross-boundary landscape context, as we know, because there's a variety of landowners, managers, and residents that have different needs and challenges and resources. So they take those pieces, they put them into a structured vision. I will go on to the next one. So just to, how does this all work together? This is a little bit of a complicated social science diagram, but all these pieces play together in summary, because if you have lead staff leadership and you have balanced board engagement, organizations are then able to develop a vision for their watershed and their organization. They're able to use strategic planning to both produce a product that's a useful North Star, but also to go through a process that allows for relationship building and shared discovery and learning. And then guidance from that plan 2 years down, supporting the lead staff work plans and more manageable workloads. As this improves organizational efficiencies, and organizations become established and known as reliable and capable partners, they increase the desire of other partners and funders to want to work with them and funders. Over time, this creates an upward organizational trajectory because they're able to obtain larger grants and prove that they can take on bigger and more complex pieces of work. And then, as needed, hire additional staff to work on projects and stretch capacity grants even further. During all of this, continuing to use those regional networks that I spoke about, and also some organizations choose to really diversify their staff and have a lot of specialized staff. Some still manage to do a lot with a smaller staff, but it's about parceling out that work and making it make sense in the local context. However, we know that some organizations reach a plateau where they're not able to attract more staff or the staff they need. They become trapped in a cycle of fewer funding opportunities. And some of them also are facing different conditions in their local context, such as maybe a lack of regional funding priorities, endangered species, less local partners to draw on, or a lack of local funds. Next slide. Through all of this, I want to emphasize again that what is key, of course, I can speak about these broader scale social dynamics, but what's always key is the people and their relationships. It often takes someone who is a bridge builder or relationship connector to start piecing that diagram that I just showed together, and to have the persistence to continue through it. These are people who are skilled at seeing possibilities, who can figure out how to work with the strengths of the people within and outside of their organization. And this is what happened in our case studies, where organizations were successful at being functional and accomplishing work on the ground. Importantly, these people, were also really good at using processes for relationship building and developing clarity and shared vision of how you take steps to achieve a vision. I think one of the most important take homes as well was that they had an expansive and inclusive rather than a competitive approach to how their organization fit in their local areas. So they were creating a culture where they could freely share expertise, power, and resources among local organizations, which made them able to collectively plan and act on things greater than any one organization could do. Next slide. So I'm going to wrap up by talking a bit about the top funding strategies, how organizations strategically seek funding. Go ahead to the next slide. As I noted, starting by assessing staffing capacity, actually budgeting more staff and project time into grant applications, accurately accounting for future costs, and being sure that the commitment they were making in their funding, in their grant applications, really was something that they could follow through on that would allow them to then develop their trust and attract additional funding opportunities from partners. They also actively, again, use their strategic plans to identify which grants they would go after and when. Some of the more successful organizations created funding opportunities spreadsheets so they could proactively keep track of grant deadlines, key contacts, and how funders' priorities connected to their strategic priorities. And finally, another approach was continuing to seek partnership type grants that could let them have dedicated funding and capacity just for relationship sharing, shared platforms, data sharing, and sharing of cash match. And a partnership coordinator was always particularly useful for that. Go ahead. So I'll wrap this up. Our findings in summary really did indicate that without OWEB's operating capacity grants, many councils and districts wouldn't be able to achieve a lot of what I talked about today. They would not be able to exist. This would have negative repercussions for conservation and restoration efforts, not just locally, but for the state and federal agencies achieving their own goals. Go ahead to the next slide. As I noted, these grants positively affected local communities through that economic activity that I referenced at the beginning of my presentation, supported the completion of on-the-ground work. They helped build capacity among local partners to scale up and take on larger and more complex projects, and they supported progress towards statewide restoration goals. Go ahead. There was a lot of discussion of social science concepts here, so I want to summarize again that there are several keys to effective organizations, and they work together, and they're centered around the roles of lead staff, the board, and strategic planning. To keep lead staff in the job, at capacity, and doing well, really focusing on balanced board engagement through training, organizational management skills, and participation in regional networks, and mentoring from the board to lead staff through a diversity of individuals. To address board recruitment, it's cultivating that pool of potential candidates, focusing on those who really can say yes, can move the organization forward, and have skills that are related to strategic plan goals. And for strategic planning, again, having strategic plans that lay regional priorities, create that manageable workload, they support that balanced engagement, and they focus and provide a logic for why to pursue partners in funding. Go ahead. What this all means for agencies and the service providers who work with grantees, what they can do to help organizations be as effective as possible. We have a number of suggestions in our report. I'll just highlight a few here. OWEB, ODA, the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils, Oregon Conservation Partnership, and others have provided a lot of resources and different kinds of trainings over the years. But it's important to continue to highlight and make those accessible, particularly since the pandemic and the last several years of staff turnover have contributed to a loss of institutional memory about what is out there. Also, agencies coordinating with each other to improve their shared picture of grantees' needs and to share that shared picture of what resources are available helps with that. Requiring greater specificity in strategic plans could allow for objectives and measures around how councils and districts are identifying and implementing their work. And organizations may benefit from dedicated technical and financial support just around strategic planning processes. Board training guidance continues to be needed, as well as focus on how to address issues of health benefits, retirement, and other issues that affect staff retention and transition. Many have mentioned an interest in toolkits, resources, and better support around those aspects. Finally, I'd just like to conclude, if you go ahead to the next slide, by highlighting again that we really appreciate that OWEB has supported this project and that you as board members wanted to have this on the agenda today. As a social scientist, when I present, I often feel like I'm either talking about something that everyone knows about already because they're living it, or I'm talking about something very slippery and abstract because I'm using a lot of social science words. And capacity can be one of those words. It can feel hard to define, it can feel hard to see. And it can be hard to link people standing in a field or people standing up at a meeting around a flip chart to how we get work done on the ground. But I really think that by doing this study, we've demonstrated what those linkages are and how investment in capacity matters, because it allows people to organize in ways that make sense in their places and get more strategic about how they pursue their goals, and in that way serve the goals of OWEB and other agencies. I just want to again emphasize that these people are the foundation that leads to outcomes on the ground for Oregon's water, fish, forests, rangelands, and agricultural lands. Thank you so much. I look forward to your questions in our discussion.
As we're transitioning, I just want to acknowledge, I think it was acknowledged yesterday, we received one public comment related to this from Ken Beerley that was included in the board book.
And that was a written comment, right? Okay. All right, I see Bruce and then Stephen.
Thank you. This was an eye-opening report. I enjoyed reading it, and it begs a question for me. The board and the staff of OWEB are in the middle of developing and committing to a great deal more work on DEI and environmental justice. So as a social scientist, having done this report, I'm really curious if there are ways, if there are insights from your perspective, once we have the DEI, EJ work done, how we can meld those two to influence, incentivize, what can we do with capacity to advance DEI, environmental justice? Thanks.
It's an excellent question. I could talk about that for a long time, so I won't. But I think, as I noted at the beginning of the presentation, continuing to provide operating capacity grants as a bedrock for organizations being able to feel like they have a bit of that spaciousness to try, learn new things, try different things, build different relationships. I think also trainings and support that really integrate this into everything organizations do, rather than it feeling like something over on the side. So if there's ways to really make it make sense and be tailored to the different kinds of grantees that OWEB and ODA support and the different contexts we have around Oregon, so it doesn't feel like it's in a language coming in that doesn't make sense in their context, I'd be very happy to talk about that more. Courtney, would you like to add anything?
All right, Stephen.
Just a general question. Excellent report. I really enjoyed it. Any thoughts to go back and find out what the various councils think about these recommendations and how they might be implemented? And
so for the record, Courtney Schaff. So we had an advisory committee that we ran all these findings and recommendations by. They were really excited about it. They felt like it really hit home and was the right mark. The next steps are working to set up a meeting with OECD, Network of Oregon Watershed Councils, with ODA and myself to start thinking about how do we roll this out. Besides this report, we have some other tools that EJ and her team have developed. Start thinking about webinars, conference, the network conferences, the Connect, OECD. She's created some tools for funders, really easy handouts for our other, private, state, federal funders to be thinking about the importance of capacity. So these are all the next steps. And what I look forward to doing is working likely with the grants committee to update the grants committee on what we're doing, get some feedback on some other things we should continue to do, and talking to the councils and districts and hearing their ideas.
great, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you for this. I'm a district person, so I appreciate this lens. And I'll be bringing it to the Soil and Water Conservation Commission so we can review it as a commission and see our thoughts on your findings. So, all right.
And Barbara, my intent is to talk about it in my soil commission, my partner report next month at the commission meeting, touch on it. So we can talk more.
Visit on that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I would just say thank you. It's been interesting how timely this report is, along with some of the other work that we've been doing, and how interconnected they are, and how many truths keep coming from the reports. And even in part of this, I stopped and I thought about the issues with some of the challenges or observations with councils, and I was like, oh, we could make some of those same observations in things that we're doing here in the agency and trying to tackle, in terms of workload and balance and moving things forward and how to do that effectively. So incredibly timely, and thank you for the perspective.
Thank you for supporting this work, Director Hansen.
Yeah, and again, I can't thank her and her team enough. We had to have a difficult conversation during the downturn, so you have to stop work immediately. And they were willing to come back and get this across the finish line. And I just think it is so valuable, and really looking forward to the continued conversations around the findings in the report. So thank you.
One more, Dan.
I have one. Yeah, thanks. Dan Shively, Forest Service. One quick question. And by the way, great work you're doing. It reminds me of some work done previously by Cass Mosley, University of Oregon, looking at forest collaboratives. And I'm curious if you've had any collaboration with either her or that body of work. Thanks.
I worked with Cass Mosley for over 5 years, and then from 2014 to 2021 at OSU, I served as the state's collaborative conservation specialist, doing applied social science about collaboration, forest collaboratives. I'd be happy to send you some of my publications if you would like.
I'm curious if we're leveraging on that earlier body of work, and are you seeing some of the same patterns?
There are a lot of common themes, and back in the late 90s and early 2000s, Michael Hibbard, Sue Lurie, and others who were interested in studying, there were a whole bunch of people who were studying kind of local capacity for community-based natural resource management, watersheds and forests, and there was some collaboration amongst those folks. When I go back to some of those articles, even though now at this point they're 2 decades old, there's a lot of very relevant themes still in them. And so I think it's worth continuing to draw from those. It's a great question.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, everybody doing all right? Troopers, good, good. This is gonna be the best lunch you've ever had in your life. Eric, we welcome you to take us to agenda item 0. Oh.
Are you ready for a motion, Eric?
Good afternoon. For the record, Eric Hartstein, and I will be brief. This is an action item. We're really just looking for authorization from the board to initiate rulemaking on the small grant program that was discussed earlier today, tackling issues like eligibility of the applicants, as well as the source drinking water grant program, if the governor does indeed sign the relevant legislation that authorizes that grant program. So the staff report contains a draft timetable that kicks things off really right after this meeting, convening a couple of different racks that would be in the fall and in the winter, public comment period in the spring, and then bringing back the rules for the full board at the July 2024 meeting. In the timeline, I don't have check-ins with the board. That's sort of baked into the cake. So we'll be checking in with the relevant committees and then coming back to the full board with updates over the course of the year as well.
These comments or these motions? I go for it.
Let me ask a question first. I was going to make the motion, but these things can be enrolled without the governor's signature, right? If she doesn't sign it after it moves forward, correct?
So we've been told we're not to take any action on any of the legislation coming out of the 2023 session until the governor signs the legislation, which should happen relatively soon.
But not as 15 minutes ago.
I did check actually right before coming up here, and they were not signed yet.
All right.
Lisa,
It's fine.
Lisa has a comment? Are you not done? I'm sorry, Bruce.
I will make the motion if you like.
We have more comment.
Oh, of course.
I was just going to respond. I think part of the hesitancy is agencies signed a letter saying we would not implement new programs prior to the governor signing. And so I think it's a matter of, it's been a priority to not start new programs. And so if we just say until the law is signed or becomes effective.
That was my point. I knew it wouldn't start, but it can become law without the governor's signature after a period of time. Yeah, we don't have pocket veto. It just moves forward. But anyway, she's going to sign them, so we can just make the motion.
Jamie, you have a comment? Does anyone else have any other comments or questions? Okay, the board would entertain a motion.
I move the board authorize rulemaking for the small grant program in Division 35 and to authorize rulemaking for source drinking water protection grant program contingent upon the governor signing House Bill 2010 and related funding bills.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion, questions? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Pays to have a hungry board.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, motion passes.
So if everybody would quickly take 2 seconds and run and get your lunch. No, I'm kidding. Just go grab quickly and come back to your seats, and we'll just deal with the last agenda item. Thank you.
If you didn't sniff it out, it's the boxes on the table back there.
Want to know where you can buy one of these stairs that they go and sit in the whole day?
Did everybody have a chance to grab a box lunch?
Do you want me to grab it for you? Mark is not no lunch for Mark. Perfect. Should we make you a sign that says no lunch?
Nicole, thank you for taking such care of us.
All right, so thanks for sticking with us. And again, we keep trying some new things. So I would like any board members that want to bring up a topic for the future for us to contemplate for future agenda items, or revisit any of our public comment today or the past 2 days. It's kind of an open forum. And I have my shield on, so you want to start throwing things, I'll be protected. Just kidding. So who would like to? Jamie's got
question about process. Do you want us to start out with just a list of ideas, then we can go back and see if we delve into them or get a sense of it, or do you want kind of an idea and a discussion on an idea and discussion?
Good. I mean, I've not even thought about process. Yeah, okay. Let's just throw ideas out there and see what's, go ahead, Kelly.
Sorry, with the lunch, I'm too far away now. Did we have, over the last 2 days, I think we've had some things that have come up.
Yeah.
Do we have a parking lot
yeah.
that maybe we could start with, and then we can add from there? Okay.
We totally have a list going. So go for it.
Okay, I'll let you know what I heard. It's probably part of it. We asked to take the agenda item of co-chair election off this current agenda, move it to the next agenda, and have the time to get feedback and improve our process. We asked for time in a future agenda for Kelly to present on the government to government relationship and sovereignty of the tribes so that we can better understand that. We brought up this issue we heard about tide gates and 12 permit nightmare, and ways that we may maybe address that to help that process. Also, why did I write that? Board meeting October.
I'll take that. So I did hear somewhere in our meeting that we are going to take a half day or Monday of our October board meeting to do strategic planning. I didn't have that on my calendar, so I thought we should put it out there. So, right? Yes. Okay.
And the last is continuing, I will use the word discomfort on how we can address our public comment, how we can ensure that we value the public comment, and we're missing out on an opportunity to access resources that these folks bring. It hasn't felt good enough to say, thank you, we received that. Because there is a perception that making the effort to make public comment is worthless. You know, are you really impacting anything when you do that? People, come from afar, they pay for their own lodging, and they speak to us, and I want to get us better. I want to stay legal, do better. So, Corey.
I have a quick idea about how you might handle that from a facilitation standpoint. So typically what happens is the folks come and they do public comment, and then you guys as a board go immediately into some sort of deliberation on that topic. So you don't have a chance to actually think about how that comment might change what you're feeling. So from a structural standpoint, what the board could do is, if there's a bunch of topics that need public comment, could front load that in the meeting, and then have whatever stuff that you're talking about that isn't going to need public comment, because not everything does. And then if you could leave, I don't know if OWEB's allowed to do like closed session or whatever, But if you were able to do something where you had some sort of summary that people could come back the next day, and if that had a chance to like think about the comments, that might, they'll be able to bring that into the discussion. There just needs to be some type of space between hearing it and then expecting to be able to use that to help you inform your decision. Because on the fly, you just don't have time to, as a human, to like really think about that. And it could be something where you have to like maybe have only written comment about certain things that then people get ahead of a time, that the expectation is that they've thought about it. Do you know what I mean? Like there's just no way, the way it is now, to really make it useful. Because I've sat here for all these meetings and thought, well, it's so cool that they came, but it didn't make any difference for what the deliberation was, really. But people who've sent written comment, or people who have like had conversations with everybody, because sometimes that happens, that tends to be the thing that like impacts stuff. So I don't know what the rules are about how we all talk to each other, but if you could have a committee meeting at the end of the day of a board meeting, like, because the committee meetings, like, do those all have to be public too? Is there any closed session for OWEB at all?
Not if there's a quorum, we cannot have a closed session.
Okay. So that's a challenge for you all to be able to have conversation, real conversation and unfiltered conversation about things. So that might be something where you just need to look and see if you can build an opportunity for board only private discussion or just closed session so that you guys can really hash stuff out. I mean, I don't know about how that all works, but otherwise it's like side conversations during a social hour, and then not everybody hears everybody's thoughts, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll stop, but that's an idea.
Thank you, Corey. We've attempted to organize the agenda for that purpose, and I would say that public comments, when we're able to do that, do impact our decision-making when possible. The struggle I have is not being able to ask questions when this person is here, or, to really get more information than what the comment is. Go ahead.
First off, I'll just note that how quickly Corey went from us to you all. Subtle, very subtle. We have been varying back and forth in how we conduct, how we deal with public testimony over the last few meetings. And part of it has been time constraints. And I think we do a disservice to our deliberative process if we're unable to ask questions of the people who come forward and give us public testimony. I think we also do a disservice to the point of rudeness to them if they give their talk and there are obvious questions begged and nobody asks them. I feel bad, and it's unusual. As a former commissioner, one of the best parts of public testimony was questioning and dialoguing. And granted, it takes time, so we have to factor that in. But I think as a policy, as a board policy, I would like us to adopt a policy where it is entirely appropriate for board members voting, not any board member, to ask questions of public testimony.
I mean, you've done some research, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So we actually did some research around this with other boards and commissions, and it's handled a lot of different ways. I mean, there just is not a standard protocol. I think the key is clarifying questions are okay. It's that space of where it gets gray and I think difficult is not engaging in debate in it. And so, if the board has that in mind, as we're receiving public comment and considering it and evaluating it, asking clarifying questions, but just knowing that there is that place of not then engaging in debate. And maybe what you do is then we bring it back at the end into other business if it needs to be debate about it. And it's not just the clarifying piece of it. I would just offer that up. And Gary's online.
I primarily am looking at clarifying questions, debate. However, we do have co-chairs. We have a co-chair and who are the designated adults, so they can. So I have no trouble them truncating something that might be moving into a debate category, but everybody should be able to ask questions. So.
Is that why you called me warden?
Or coffee warden? Yes.
Gary, you got your hand up?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question that just was in this conversation. I was thinking about this. Maybe this is a question for Lisa, but I suggest we ask the people who are presenting how they feel about what they have felt from the board, what they felt, if they felt like they've been heard, or if they think that they would like more response from the board, interaction, and when that should be. And I mean, those are the people that are bringing us the message, how they feel about their message and how it has been received. Has anybody asked them? I guess is what I'm saying. Any of the presenters, because we have people that present all the time. Kelly and others that are here have been over and over through the years. And then, of course, we have these people that just are here for specific issues. And so, maybe we can improve this process, but I'd suggest we get input from them on what that improvement might be.
About process for that. I mean, we could do a Survey Monkey and get some feedback that way and come back anonymously and bring it back for consideration. I'm looking to staff. Have we ever done anything like that with a Survey Monkey for climate around? That's the only way I know how to think about it, is like doing a.
So there is no law or process or rule. It's interesting. Stephen.
Speaking historically on the board, we have asked questions in the past. We used to always ask questions. And I don't know that we ever got any complaints from the people giving testimony about asking questions. And I agree with Bruce that, the chair always cut off conversation in the interest of time, or if it's going off the deep end, and that's the chair's responsibility. So I think it's just, I agree totally with Bruce. It's polite and respectful to ask questions, and they don't need to be clarifying questions. All questions theoretically are clarifying. So I would think that asking questions is a way to frame it rather than getting in a debate and voicing an opinion, because that comes into the discussion later on. So if you just, any questions, and I think that's just the right thing to do for the people that come out here. I sense some of the folks that were talking about sagebrush, who we had talked to the night before. It just looked like they were waiting for questions, and I had questions and so forth. So I would just recommend we just adopt that. And if it goes haywire, we can always stop it.
Thank you, Stephen. I don't think we need a survey. I would certainly hope that people in this room have had an opportunity to give testimony and understand what that experience is like. I know when I was being considered for this board and I went to the Senate, and I was because of OWEB, I was at the very end of the 100 people or so that spoke, and I watched them fall asleep. I watched the committee fall asleep, and I was, by the time I got up there, I'd driven 365 miles, and I said, I've driven 365 miles, and I fully expect some questions. And they all, because it was important to me, you know, it's a way. So I guess that's why I feel really strongly about this. I want this opportunity to acknowledge it and then to learn from people, so.
I think is, in terms of the guide rails, is we can't take action on something that's not agendized, and so that, but I think the two takeaways is, one, to be informed by folks who come forward, and also to have the folks who come forward feel welcomed and respected, whatever their opinion. And I think if that is our focus and we're making effort, this is a very collegial board, but if those are our guiding principles, I think we're good. And then the other piece is, let's just schedule some time, knowing that this board wants to engage, schedule just some more time on our agenda for that. And we can always just take longer breaks if we just don't have the feedback.
Dan?
I was just going to say that I was at a board meeting one time not intending to provide any testimony, but they wanted to ask a question that EPA could answer for them. And so I signed up to provide testimony only to enable them to ask questions of me. So it could be it's a really important way to exchange information and dialogue. So I think asking questions is key.
Meg?
I also am not very comfortable in our context with not engaging in any back and forth between people who come to speak to us and the board. And in fact, while I'm thinking of it, and this isn't my main point, but can we add that sagebrush conversation to the parking lot? Thanks.
I have it.
But I just think some of the reluctance among some boards and commissions, if they're regulatory, maybe are more worried about board members engaging on topics that are contentious and within the purview of the entity. And we're not a regulatory agency. And I don't see, there may be, of course there will be people coming to comment who disagree with the action we're taking or the course we're going to go, but it just feels different. And my other point thinking about comment is that when there's an engagement back and forth, I often think there's probably staffers who know a lot about this, and they're not up here being able to say anything about what the people on the panel are saying. But that's what the parking lot can be for. Like in the sage grouse conversation, I'm sure the staff have some opinions about that. So anyway, I don't know. I would be happier if we could allow board members to ask questions, and it just seems more courteous and respectful for us to do that.
Go ahead. Corey, would it help with your suggestion, if possible, that we had other business from what we heard each day instead of only the end of the second day?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of the conversation has been about the interchange. I've always found it a struggle to like hear all these different perspectives and not be able to like process that for what is the conclusion or what is the decision that the board makes. And part of feeling heard, if you've done testimony, is feeling like what you said had an impact or at least was considered. And sometimes I think they from testimony to a decision so quickly that it doesn't feel like there's been time to because maybe as a board member, you want to look something up or, read through the board book another time or something to get that. Doesn't mean it's possible, but that was where I was coming from.
So we're required to have public comment on some of these issues, like on that agenda item, right?
I was going to ask either Mr. Hartstein or Mr. Williams or both to come up, because I guess I'm curious. We have public comment included when we have a funding decision. And how did that come about? What is the history on it? Just thinking about this timing and processing issue. Can either one of you, both of you, or Renee, the historians?
Please come on up.
Yeah, help with the background, because I think that processing piece might help us understand.
I'll say you do at the municipal level, but I don't know if it's land use related or if it's money related, public funds related.
Yep, so I can, for the record, Eric Hartstein, I can provide hopefully a little bit of perspective, and I'll then turn to my colleague, Eric Williams, as well. So historically, we would have a public comment period with funding items, because that's where most of the public comment came from. And we wanted to have an opportunity for the public that's interested in providing comment on those items to have a specific time to do that associated with that specific agenda item. And then, of course, having the general public comment periods as a way for individuals who want to provide comment on agenda items that don't have that specific public comment period associated with them, or just any other watershed-related comments that they would wish to provide.
Yes, thank you. I think there is a difference between, and let's use the examples we had just today. There's a difference, I think, between having some interchange on the people who came from East Cascades Audubon, talking about some of the kind of missing pieces or gaps in how we're dealing with sage grouse habitat restoration. That was not a decision before the board in a competitive grant program. To me, that allows lots of flexibility to have some back and forth. I think it's a little bit different when you're talking about a competitive grant award and the board deliberating on a decision for that competitive grant for a couple of reasons. One is then the order of the commenters becomes more important, because one commenter may say something that maybe is factually incorrect, but if they're the last commenter, that's the last word, and that might factor into your decision. The other piece is we're very careful when we're going through the competitive grant process to make sure that no new information is brought into the review process. And that's out of service to having an equitable process for everybody. And I think the thing, not that we can't have some back and forth or ability to answer questions, but I think we'd want to put some parameters around that to make sure that we're not turning this into, because we have a 6-month process in open solicitation, for example, we're not turning this into, well, if somebody drives to the board or even participates in a hybrid comment because they're available, getting additional information in that wasn't in their application, when in open solicitation, you'd have 125 applicants who might want to do that. And we just want to make sure that we're structuring it so that we have that very clear guidance to our commenters, that we're not able to accept new information. And then to address the concern around just wanting to ask clarifying questions, which I think is a good phrase to use. I think we could probably handle that with some time limitations. We give each speaker 3 minutes. We might want to say, okay, and we have 3 minutes for board questions for each speaker. That way, we'll know in advance how many people have signed up for public comment. We can plan for that amount of time for board question and answers. So I think there are ways to do it. And I just wanted to make sure we're cognizant of maintaining the level playing field for our competitive grant programs.
Thank you for that.
So since Lisa called me old, or the historian, so I think that last piece that Eric mentioned, for the record, Renee Davis, is really important, because I do recall times long ago, Steve, maybe you were on the board when this happened, when there wasn't that delineation of now this comment is done, and board deliberation began, and it was almost as though the commenter was sitting here helping to deliberate from a staff perspective. And so I think that you have to have those clear lines to not then potentially breach the very rigorous process. Yeah.
Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly Coates for the record. I think that's a really good point, Renee. And I also think we have to be cognizant of a couple of things. If we ask questions, just knowing that if we get a lot of people that come up and comment and we ask a lot of questions, our meeting is going to go a lot longer. So we just need to be prepared for that. And then the other thing I want to make sure is because the staff is so thoughtful in the review and the recommendations that they give us, that doesn't become somehow disregarded because of the back and forth with comments. So just a couple of things to think about as we're having this conversation.
I'm hearing that the board needs a red light too, for their 3-minute time limit.
So I don't think we're going to solve this today, but I really enjoy the conversation and bringing it forward. Oh, okay.
Nope, I have another item.
Another idea?
Quick follow-up. I was sitting here listening to everything, thinking, how did I go such a different direction than everybody else? And then I thought, well, what is the purpose of the public comment? And maybe if you guys think about what you really want to get out of the public comment, really for, and how it is meaningful to the conversation, then you will be able to structure in a way that's going to be effective for what you're doing. Just a quick thought.
Go ahead, Mark.
It's a totally different subject. So,
Are we
done with that?
Just to throw a little bit more fuel on the fire, in some boards, I know open public laws in California in particular, which I know we don't want to necessarily follow, but they have public comment after every agenda item or before, and if you really, in going back to the question, what's the purpose of public comment? And it's to engage with the public. It's open public meeting laws, and that's the whole purpose of it all. So I would argue why restrict it. Now, restricted is in the interest of time, and you can put time limits on it and that, but if we really want to engage with the public, we should do what we can to engage with the public. And I totally appreciate Eric's comment about, in terms of grants and so forth. But on the other hand, people came in and talked about capacity grants yesterday and ended up getting more money for it. And, so I think we should encourage public comment and engagement with the board for those reasons, general reasons.
I'd add that Jamie corrected our language in our climate rules to include input from community, and that's the purpose of the public comment, to have that inclusion to inform us. So that would be my intention.
I would say that, but if you want the input, do you have time to do something with it? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. And I can see where, if those people show up and they get more money, if the other people knew that was an outcome that was possible, they may have shown up. So I don't know. I just feel like thinking a little bit more about, the intent and stuff. And
Do Stephen or experienced folks, do people ever require written, and it can be somebody can come present also? Because we get our written comment prior to the meetings. Do you ever have to do both? I think it's a choice.
Yeah, it's true.
That won't solve it.
I mean, when I think about the legislative process, people will provide written comment and oral comment, to highlight it, clarify it. So I think it's an option. We could think about structuring the meeting so that on days that we have action items, we try and adjust the schedule for the action items and have the second day with some of the informative, informational items maybe, because being cognizant of the time and the agenda. I'm not stuck on, I'll just tell you, I'm not stuck on hitting every agenda item on time. I am cognizant of what happened this morning where we got behind, and I had a message from one of the staff, that we had people here, that was why I asked the question, you know, how do we allot to try and be respectful of those people that come here to do the informational items, especially, and the time they're giving. So if there's a better way to structure the meeting to accommodate for that, I'm open to ideas.
Well, what precipitated my coming up and talking about this was the testimony we had yesterday from, she was from Coos Bay, talking about the tide gates. And it was wonderful testimony. And it presented, it laid out issues, problematic issues that she was, those projects were facing, and some fundamental issues with OWEB's, how we fund. I wanted to ask at the end of that if she had any ideas for a solution. I mean, okay, you've outlined the problem. What do you think? And I didn't feel like I was able to do that. And that bothered me, and it kept bothering me, and that's why I came up and
But it appeared in other business because it was a fascinating topic. And I want us to dig deeper into it. I feel like we should have a
she's
presentation.
Gone. She's not here anymore, so.
But there's to me, it's federal regulatory stuff that we really can't do much about, but having some solutions would.
Well, we're assuming that she didn't have anything. That assumes that she had nothing innovative or some workaround that might be an aha moment. And who knows? At least as a board member, when I have that question and I have that person giving a testimony, I want to be able to ask it. And I want every one of my colleagues to be able to ask those questions that they come up with. All these other issues on timing and all that, the sloppiness of it, and I fully agree with, we don't want to start introducing new information. All those are issues we have to deal with, but we're going to be, if they're going to be coming to talk to us, we need to be able to process. I suggest that when we have on our website instructions, kind of a guideline for giving testimony. And I would love to see on that, if you have a problem to present, we would also love to hear any ideas you have for a solution. The outline for how to give what we would like to have from public testimony. We could do more at that end of it too. So anyway, that's what got the burr under my saddle.
Great conversations. Anybody have anything else they want to add?
I'll just say one more thing, and then I do actually have I gotta go too. So what I just heard from Bruce, like there's a role for public comment, from very specific and strict based on like the grants. And then I hear the board saying that they want a chance to like talk about hot topics with people who are their constituents, and that OWEB goes, you could have a whole 45 minutes on the board meeting of people who apply to just come sit down and let's have a conversation about what's going on. That's not that formal. That could just be like conversations with OWEB. It could just, if you're allowed, I don't know what the rules are for your public engagement, but if you're allowed to have a time where people can say, I'd like to come and talk to you about tide gates, and we have a discussion, and you don't call it public comment anymore, you call it some other way that you've chosen to engage in a more informal way, that might help with, like the bird people today. I was very curious about that. It would have been great to kind of like be able to have a less formal way to engage with them, and maybe that's what you do. Maybe you have public comment about fiscal things, and then maybe you have room in the agenda if people sign up ahead of time to do, dialogue, to keep OWEB on the cutting edge of what is needing to get done in the state, and on the cutting edge and hearing the voices of the people that you're trying to work with.
Want to add?
I would just, so I appreciate what you're saying, and I think one of the things we've been trying to do is take what we get from public comment and then bring it back in a presentation to the board subsequently. That was the small grants conversation. The sage-grouse conversation, we are thinking we would like to go to southeastern Oregon next year into sage-grouse territory, and And that's the perfect time to have a larger, deeper, more focused conversation around that. The issue around tide gates, it was brought to my attention last week when I was on the coast. I've done a little bit of research into what we have in rule and what we have in law, and there are some constraints potentially there that I need to go explore and explore with staff. And so one of the things along conversations in the last, 12 hours was, let's get a full presentation on tide gates and to bring that back. So I think we have been trying to capture some of those issues and questions and bring them back more thematically in some things, but it's not formal.
I think that the important part of Meg, the important thing is for the people who come to speak to us to kind of feel like something happened as a result. There's a feedback loop of some sort, and it could be just that people. I don't see a problem with asking questions in most contexts, and if people know that we have a parking lot that we talk about, and what your issue may end up in the parking lot, then at least there's some kind of feedback that something happened, and I think you guys as chairs would have a good grip on whether we're going down a road in a comment on an application in a competitive process, for example, that we should stop or let the commenter go away, and while we deliberate, ask the staff to clarify, or whatever, that kind of thing. I think you could deal with that.
All right, yeah, we're not gonna solve it today. We just wanted to have the conversation. So let's just kind of ruminate on it.
I'm not ready. What I'm hearing is we're gonna ask questions. We're leaning that way. But I have an additional piece that's very relevant today. Our meetings used to be 2 days. It wasn't a day and a half. It was a rare time when we got going in a day and a half. And I think we're progressing in a really positive way of having more dialogue. When the board we chose intentionally let the board's conversation roll a few times in this meeting, and I hope that has value for all of you as well. It's been always a challenge since we tightened things up to keep within this, whoop, 10 minutes, whoop, now you have 2 minutes to have a break. So, for next time, consider, are you willing, are you able to maybe go longer on our second day so that we can make room for some things like Corey's talking about and some of you to really, we're already, day is here, so taking advantage of that. Maybe a possibility. All right.
Can I say one thing? I just want to say thank you, everybody. I do actually need to go.
Thanks, Corey.
I really appreciated my time here. You guys are all the best. I think you're amazing, and I'm not disappearing. I've already have plans to ask people questions, all my federal partners. I now actually am your national trainer for soils information. So make sure you call if you have any soils questions. And I will be in touch, Oregon NRCS will be in touch about the next board meeting and representation, all those things. But thanks so much, everybody. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Corey.
My pleasure.
All right, not hearing anything else?
Yep.
Meeting adjourned.
So, remember, I had one other thing. A long time ago.
Yes.
So it's just real quick, but first of all, I wish Dan was still here because I'm glad to know that EPA provides all the funding to the Forest Service. So I talked to Lisa about this a while back. We provided $3 million of funding to Trout Creek Meadows, and I've said, we ought to try to get, and this is the problem with this, is it's so far away. I'd like to get a tour of Trout Creek Meadows because it's a multi-million dollar project. There's sage grouse and those kind of things. So maybe next year we could look at doing something in Southeast Oregon to go look at that. And so the logistics of it's a nightmare though. So, but either some board members who are interested go down, or the whole board, we have a meeting down there somewhere. But when we give $3 million to a major project, so we need to think about that.
Thank you, Mark. I think it's in the plans.
Liza, and I had one more item, Liza Jane,
Yes.
that didn't make it on your list for a potential agenda item. That is my suggestion for having a speaker, probably the coordinator of the Private Forest Accord Mitigation Program.
Thank you.
If that's of interest to the board in OWEB.
Yes, thank you.
Something to consider.
Thank you, Chris.
Also, it was referenced before, but the water acquisition and that going to committee, so just confirming that it either goes to one committee or a combination of the committees with the grant committee. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Bruce and I are.
Thank you, Jamie. Yes. We'll circle back and make sure that's happening. Please travel safe. Thank you very much.